The Badlands. What are the Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Badlands Media Rumble Premium subscriber stream. As I've said before, we are participants in the Rumble Studio Creator Program. Sorry, I'm like exhausted right now. I just woke up. Last night's show was pretty good, pretty late, but afterwards I couldn't fall asleep. It was rough. But anyway, because we're in that creator program, we have to get 5 hours of Rumble Premium streaming through Studio every month. And the last couple months I've done this, I've done Rumble or premium subscriber streams replaying our GARTs. This month I already did one short replay of one of our exclusive ticket holder streams. I think what I'm going to do for this one, because we still have to get almost 4 hours of exclusive streaming here. We are going live to YouTube and Twitter, by the way, so it's still not behind a paywall. If you want to watch, the links are in the description of this video to our YouTube channel and our Twitter account where you can still watch the stream. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a replay of one of our exclusive live streams for ticket holders that we did prior to the last GART, Plymouth. And then I'm also going to play the Sunday from GART Plymouth because I haven't played that yet. So I think that should get us the hours we need, and those are stuff that have previously been only for ticket holders, so that will no longer be the case. I do encourage you guys to get your get your tickets, badlandsmedia.tv/events. We are getting closer to the Deadwood Conference, and we'll have a couple more exclusive live streams coming up, and if you want to watch the panels, gotta have your tickets, right? We're also going to be premiering Codex 911 at GART Deadwood, so if you want to watch it, Brad's documentary he's been working on for like 3 years now. Gotta have your ticket. So with that, guys, here is one of the live streams from before the last GART, the ticket holder live stream, so you get an idea of what it's like. And then after this, I'll play the Sunday from GART 8. And man, I'm getting excited for Deadwood. It is coming up real quick. Anyway, guys, here you go. Enjoy. I may be back on in between or after to chat a little bit, but we'll see. And by the way, I'm going to take it exclusive for premium only on Rumble here, like right now. So just so you're aware.
Good afternoon, everyone. What's up, and welcome to the first GART Plymouth live ticket holder live stream. What's up, guys?
Woo-hoo.
What's up in the dream?
We got Matt Arrett up.
Hello.
What's up, Matt? Good to meet you.
Canadians are coming.
Matty.
What's up, Matt?
I know. We've got a Canadian speaker now, a Canadian event planner.
Yeah, Canadian invasion.
Infiltration over
Canadian
invasion.
supremacy.
I like to call them future Americans, but
Eh.
I like that.
Sorry,
I like
guys.
Trump's.
It's a
I
vow.
feel like Trump hasn't had like a new branding zinger in a while, but the Panikins was a nice one. Like when I first saw it, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it works, but I think it works.
yeah, that one was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that one was pretty good.
Just roasting everybody who's worried about anything openly.
We were covering on Gordon and I on Badlands Live. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. The hearing with Jameson Greer on trade policy and tariffs, and in the middle of it, Representative Horsford like loses his mind. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did you see that clip?
I did not.
No.
Okay, well, we're gonna play it because it's delightful. I played it twice yesterday, actually.
Texas
can
Jules
also,
is calling you a Fed.
Who's
a Fed?
Oh, Ash. That's
Texas
okay.
Jules is calling Ash a Fed.
Why am I a Fed? What I do?
Why don't I have my name
You're
on
glowing,
here?
though.
None of us have- there it is.
No.
We do want to interact, but
That
you know,
was
we
Sunday.
can talk about whatever, but do want to interact with you guys, obviously, the exclusive ticket holders. So we see in chat here if anybody has specific comments, questions, or whatever, you don't have to send them via rant. I'll just try to keep an eye on it on the side if you want us to talk about anything in particular. Not that there's a shortage of topics.
So this is a 17-second version of Horsford, which the whole thing is 6 minutes long, but I think the 17 seconds will probably do it justice.
Oh, this guy. I did see that.
Yeah.
The Speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history on the backs of the American people? WTF? Who's in charge? The Speaker is rushing to the floor.
Yeah.
That's got sir, this is a Wendy's vibes.
So
all over.
the narrative that he was trying to deploy was that Jamison Greer was rug pulled in the middle of the hearing because he didn't know that the change to the tariff policy, the 90-day pause was coming. And so Horsford was the one who spoke to him right after that news dropped, and everybody saw him react to it, right? Everybody reacted at the same time pretty much to the 90-day pause. So Horsford's narrative that he was deploying was you just got rug pulled, and he actually said the rug pulled out from under you in that. And Greer is like, well, we've been talking about this for a while. And he's like, then why didn't you put it in your opening remarks? And Greer says, well, I'm not going to get ahead of the president and announce changes to his trade policy before he announces them. And he just kept going and going, and it was hilarious and incredibly detached from
How
that.
dare you not give me insider trading tips?
Well, Schiff today said that he wants to open an investigation into Trump, or yesterday, I should say. He wants to open an investigation to the Trump administration for insider trading.
My goodness.
Meanwhile, California representatives are up about $439 million. But yes, let's open it up into the Trump administration for, basically handing the stock market back to the middle class.
439 million sounds low. Are you sure it's not billion?
No, it's million, but I don't know if they're incorporating
Nancy alone.
Right. Nancy Pelosi is supposedly worth over 800 million. So that's nuts.
It is.
And she has the best stock trading record like in the history of stock trading.
Do we want to do calls? Ash, you're kind of the captain of this stream. Brian has the technology to receive telephone calls.
I do.
And this is a more exclusive. Do you guys want to do that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I love that
so,
idea.
Ash, in the private chat, you want to put that number up on screen? So everybody watching, you can call that number. Keep it to don't take inspiration from me. If you're going to say something, try to keep it quicker so we can get a few people, running through. But a question or comment or something for us on the show, whether it's about GART, whether it's about the news cycle, whatever it is, call this number and Brian will get you up there. He's one of these professional streamers who knows how to like press different buttons and
it's like a whole soundboard. Brian does.
I do.
I just show
Everybody should have one. If you have an SM7B, you should have a soundboard. I'm sure Jordan has a soundboard.
I have a Stream Deck. Does that count?
Stream Deck, same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing.
I mean, I don't know how to
set
set
up,
calls
Matt?
or any fancy stuff like that.
Are you?
I have a keyboard and two little buttons on and off on my microphone.
Same.
Is it a USB mic?
Yeah.
Yeti Squad.
Yep. This is that's what we are now. That we're the Yeti Squad. These two are like soundboarding it up.
Yeah, the last time I took calls on SitRep, I went full retard, and I was pressing the wrong button when they called because it's Google Voice. So you have to press 1 to accept the call, and I was pressing 2, so I kept hanging up on everybody.
Yeah. Disclaimer, legal disclaimer. If you do call in, we own the rights to your voice. We own the rights to all modifications of your voice. We own all of your property.
And thoughts.
Yes. And
we own
thoughts.
your
Any
children as
opinions
well.
expressed are ours now. So I just want that to be clear.
And your voice will get used to meme like this.
Fellas. What up, fellas?
Did you guys
What
see
up, fellas?
General Quast making the rounds again today? Jordan shared it. I saw that,
Yeah.
so I shared it. It was pretty awesome.
When did you say that was from? 22 or something?
2019.
It was
2019. I did an interview with Ashton Forbes, who has done like all the work on MH370 like a long time ago, like 2 years ago. And he pulled that up as evidence that, you know, a high-ranking military officer is saying, you know, that this exists. Now, I didn't say it on the stream like, oh, that's General Cross, we know him. But you know, when it's cut a certain way, it sounds like that's what he's saying. But if you go back and actually look at the whole context, it's not at all what he's saying. And apparently, like, he got pretty mad at me for saying that. And I had to, you know, immediately I was like, hey guys, this was taken out of context. I edited it out of the video, and I was like, this was taken out of context. It's not what he said. But you know, that video
what was the original thing that you posted? Like, what
I think it was him talking about like the possibilities of teleportation technology.
Okay.
Because, you know, Ashton's kind of theory is that there's some sort of technology that actually transported MH370, which is a fascinating story. I don't know how much you guys have gotten into MH370, but, you know, he has done like extensive work trying to figure out what actually happened there. And he's come to the conclusion that we teleported that plane, most likely to Diego Garcia, but the people that were on it were very interesting people. A lot of scientists that had direct knowledge and expertise in semiconductors. And this was, you know, back in 2014 when it was kind of kicking off. And they had put all of these scientists from this one company, I think it was based out of Texas, on one flight from Myanmar to China. And there's theories, you know, whether our government was like, hey, these scientists are defecting to China and they're going to take this semiconductor technology over there. We got to squash this. Who knows? But, you know, all the theories that came out around MH370 were just insane. And, you know, the Netflix documentary, which was just absolute trash, like,
yeah,
absolute trash. So fascinating story.
The orbs were cool.
Question on that. In this theory, do they link it at all to the MH17 flight that had disappeared a few months earlier over Ukraine, or is there no? Or no, that was a few months later, right? That was first the MH370, and then the Malaysian airliner MH17 disappeared afterwards, right? No, it was shot down over Ukraine afterwards.
Yeah, MH17.
Those are two separate things, right? They're not the same.
Yes. Yeah, okay. 17 was shot down, and they attributed it. I think initially they had said it was Russia that shot it down, but then they did some experiments on it, and they took a fuselage of the same type of aircraft, and they detonated the missile. They said initially hit it. The company that designed that missile, you know, ran an experiment, was like, absolutely not, it couldn't have been, because we use a different type of projectile, and the forensics on the way the projectile penetrated the hull. So that was a whole different thing, but yeah, completely unrelated from 370.
Okay, so they're using the video footage of the three orbs and the thing disappearing, right? That's what they're working with. Okay, all
correct.
Right. Just curious.
Correct.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, the whole, you mentioned the Netflix documentary, and I always kind of crack up. You know, people in your normie life who are willing to talk to you every once in a while. And if they know you do this stuff, they'll like try to connect with you on it every so often. And I always kind of just sigh in depression when one of them's like, so yeah, I was watching the Netflix Epstein thing. You know, you were talking about that a few years ago, and did you know about this? And I'm just like, you know, you have a divergence in your mind at that point. You're like, do I just kind of nod along? And I'm like, well, that's good for you. I'm glad that you're, you know, engaging with this narrative. Or do you go all the way into, well, the Netflix documentary is also a psyop, and it's meant to take you down into a completely different reading of what's actually going on. Then you just lose them all over again. Like,
I
doubly.
typically go with the former.
They're like, you're telling me that the Obama-funded multi-billion-dollar corporation that took 5 years to produce a high-budget documentary about this topic is not digging into the bottom of it like you Anons were?
No.
Who produced the Netflix Epstein doc?
I don't know specifically.
I'm going to guess they had some pretty interesting ties to a certain country's intelligence agency.
Her
Just
name's
throwing that
Lisa
out.
Bryant. Let's see.
So one thing that I want to get you guys' take on is in terms of at GART, the panels, we did it a little bit differently in Las Vegas. We had the, same pairings of folks go through the weekend and have kind of a continuation of the same conversation. How did you think that worked? And and this is for the chat as well. We want your feedback on this. How did it work for you guys, and how would you alter it?
My view on I thought it was interesting. At first I was kind of nervous about it because I thought we'd run out of steam. I think I'd said this after the fact that I think that if we do something like that again, doing just 2 parts on a topic would be better, because I think you can kind of split it better than trying to come up with like 3 distinct subtopics of the same overall topic. That's a lot harder, like, because we were doing a lot of repeating the day before to lead us into the current day. So I could see doing something like that, but for like 2 major sessions, Friday, Saturday. And then one of the things I'd be interested in chat's feedback on is, so the Sunday part is tough. It's half a day. We usually just do a couple little things there. By that time, even the people who are attending are usually exhausted because they've been hanging out. They've been hanging out with Ghost all night. And we usually try to do like Q&A type stuff at some point during the weekend. But I was sort of thinking maybe we do Sunday as the more loose day. Like if Friday and Saturday are more panel type stuff, and then Sunday's not.
To accept, press 1. To send
You
a
can hear
voice
all
message,
this. Can
press
you
2.
hear this,
I
Brian?
can hear
you guys can all hear that, right?
Yeah.
What's going on? Who is this?
This I can't believe I got through. My name's Kate, and I'm an ardent fan of Badlands. I love you guys.
Hey, Kate.
Yay.
Welcome to the exclusive GART live stream. What's going on?
Oh, well, I was just laughing in anticipation. You guys provide so much like comic relief as well as serious thought, and I wanted to call and say thank you. Very much looking forward to Plymouth. I'm a New Englander originally, and I'm out in the West Coast now, but love the stories of sharks from BB. I actually was circled by a great white when I was 8 years old out in the sea.
Were you in the water or in a boat?
Oh no, I was in the water. I was swimming with a friend out to the raft, and it was terrifying, but it was okay.
Yeah.
We're not alive. Anyway, I just really truly called to say thank you for everything you're doing, for being the adventurous souls that you are, and for all of the great thinking you're inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kate, what do you want us most to talk about at GART Plymouth?
Ooh,
shark safety.
Shark safety.
You guys, man, you guys are the biggest wimps when it comes to sharks.
No, I just don't like shark dis, and malinformation, and there's a lot of it out there.
Con, have you ever been circled by one?
Have I ever been what?
Circled by one?
Yeah, I've scuba dove with them. I've been swimming with them.
Whites.
I'm a Floridian.
He's talking about those Florida like little
bull sharks, tiger sharks, hammerheads, white tips, or excuse me, black tips.
No biggie.
The biggest shark I've ever swam with was about a 12-foot hammerhead.
Oh man. Okay. Well, my swim predated Jaws, so I didn't know enough to be terrified. But the adults on the beach were terrified. So it was. I knew nothing about shark protocols, and now, of course, having listened to the narrative and all, I understand that there are certain behaviors that are appropriate. Listen, I don't want to tie up your time. In answer to your question, Ash, I really felt like the new format that you guys tackled last time was terrific, and it was also like a first step towards. It almost felt like, and I think I heard one or two of you mentioning this. It was inviting a follow-on that was more engagement from all of us out here in the boonies. Anyway, but I like the format. I don't know if you're doing the same one this time. Are you?
We never know until
we don't know either.
The day before, so you'll find out
more than the day
when we find out. And
like 2 days before. 2 days before.
Yeah, it's part. That's what I remind myself. It's part of the charm, right? Of that we don't know what we're doing. We get to use that as a marketing thing.
It's inspiration for you all. Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, really, I love it. I love the fact that you all these young bloods interested in learning, knowledgeable, learned. It's just terrific. I just thank you so much. And I'll get off the phone now. I can't believe I got through to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the call, and God bless. We'll see you. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Thank you, and I'll be seeing you on Badlands. I mean, on Badlands Daily, and yeah, I watch all of you.
You can
guys.
just end there. Just Badlands Daily. That's the only show that matters.
I want to give a shout out to Snowcat Operator, who just gifted subscriptions in the chat. Snowcat, I was told by Mrs. Bright earlier today, was she literally was telling me she posted the tickets to Gart Deadwood went out to the purchasers of Gart Plymouth, and she was like, how long do you think it's going to take before the first one comes in? And as she finished the sentence, Snowcat Operator had bought his Deadwood ticket, so he is officially the first one, and so he wins something.
Deadwood is I cannot wait for Deadwood, man. Like South Dakota is just amazing.
You can lose at golf again.
You know, I beat John so bad last time he quit, and then in Vegas he wouldn't even play. So there's that.
Yeah,
there's that. I just played golf this afternoon and I shot 69. So there we go. But it was an executive course. It wasn't a 72, so it was only a 64. But I was 5 over. Very, very easy course. So yeah,
I do like what Kate said about providing the opportunity for the follow-on, and we've talked about this before, but because we had kind of a threaded topic, and it wasn't exactly the same panel, but it was the same people and along the same lines, because of that, after the first panel, you know, everybody that's participating and it had the opportunity to think about what you know what we were talking about, and so it made the second panel and the third panels more more engaging, I think, in that respect. Good stuff from the chat, good stuff from the live audience engaging with the panels. That is a pro in the in the pro column.
I mean, maybe you guys can respond and chat, or somebody who calls in. Again, we're not going to make firm decisions on this stream, just to be clear, but I think something that to keep in mind that we're trying to balance with these is understanding that while all of you are ticket holders to Gart, there are the people who are there in person, and then there's the people who are watching virtually. And there's things that we've talked about doing that would make it more of a interactive feel at the events, but then we also don't want to make it so that there's nothing virtual. So it's kind of a hard balance to strike.
I do like this format where whenever BB starts to filibuster, people call in.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. What's going on, Mrs. Bright?
Oh my God.
Hello.
She's very awkward on the phone, just at the best of times.
Everybody, in case this makes anybody want to buy tickets to Deadwood, that Burning Bright has promised to do karaoke at a karaoke bar, wearing his tiger jacket to match Zach and maybe Baby Bright too.
Is he going to sing Survivor? Dun, 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 dun.
I think it's Eye of the Tiger,
dun,
right?
Dun, dun.
That was the original deal. I perhaps under the influence did promise J-Triot that I would do karaoke next time we were in Deadwood because I left him hanging that time.
No backsies.
I don't like karaoke being just foisted upon me. It has to emanate from within. I feel like everybody understands that.
That happened to Brian in Vegas. Brian had his consent taken away to karaoke
100%.
Yeah.
And I had been sitting there for like 2 hours after smoking a joint. My voice was just like, you know, when you go like an hour or two without talking at all, and then you try and talk, and it's just like you don't, especially late at night, and you don't have a voice. That was me. And it was awful.
It was great. You did great.
It was awful.
Do you have anything else, Mrs. Bright?
Oh, I also will mention it's Burning Bright's birthday Gart too. So
what?
Apparently this is the new thing.
Deadwood is or Plymouth is?
Deadwood is.
Is there a possibility that we could see? No, there isn't. Maple Leafs Panthers playoff series. I don't think we could see that in May. That'll be like later.
Could they only be in the second round?
Yeah, they would only meet in the second round because I think we're a 3 seed and the Leafs are a 1.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they'll screw it up. It's fine.
Well, I mean, we're getting healthy at the right time. That's the only thing I'll say. We're getting Marchand. You know, he's skating good. We're getting Ekblad back.
I want Marchand playing. He's got to play in 2 rounds that you've got to win for us to get that draft pick to convert. So I'm
hockey nerds.
rooting. So Matt, are you into hockey up there, eh? You got a team up there you like? Because my wife does.
Ever since Quebec lost the Nordiques, my heart's been broken, and they were second for years.
Go Avs is what you're saying.
Well, the Avs, yeah, I'm not a huge Habs fan. I was into the Nordiques, although they sucked. And the second that they moved to Colorado, they started kicking ass, and I couldn't really.
Is that what the Avalanche were? The Nordiques?
Go Avs, yeah. That's why I said go Avs.
Oh, Habs. I heard Habs. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. The Montreal Canadiens are the Habs for some reason. I don't even know why they got that name. But yeah, okay, the Avs. That's right. Yeah. So that broke my heart, and I've only been kind of laterally watching it since then, but it's not a deep passion.
So they had 2 teams in Quebec. Like, who did the Nordiques represent? Was that like Quebec City? Okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Oh, Mrs. Bright's still hanging out apparently.
Yeah.
She's a Leafs fan, but she's a fake fan.
Goodbye to everybody except Burning Bright.
Goodbye,
Mrs. Bright.
She dressed my son in a
everything you do.
In a Leafs outfit last week.
Oh, that would be war. That would be war.
I got rid of him.
You can have your allegiance to the Leafs, but don't take your son and put him in that because he's an American.
I called the authorities on it. That's why I lost my son. I mean, it was worth it.
What do you think about the possibility of this Russia-USA matchup that Putin and Trump are alluding to?
Hockey?
Is that?
Yeah, you didn't hear that?
Was that today?
No, like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
I didn't see that.
He's like, I had a great call. I had a great call with Putin, and at the end, he's like, yeah, we're talking about having a Russia-USA hockey match because they're banned from
that'd be so
global.
awesome.
I love that idea.
Yeah, that's why it was a fake tournament. I was saying that Russia would have been the 3 seed in that tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And we're giving Europeans 2 fucking teams in some, like, it's time for them to stop pretending that they're real countries over there at this point. We've got Sweden and Finland with 2 separate teams.
And Canada is
Lucky if
also
you get half.
pretending to be a
Hey,
real
at
country.
least the Canadians are number 1 in hockey.
Well, Ovechuk just took over Wayne Gretzky's record, right? So I think he got 995 goals now, and he's a Russian, and Gretzky is a Ukrainian-loving Canadian who actually said, "I'm really happy this happened because my grandpa was Russian, and so this is really like driving all of these pro-Ukrainian liberals, into conniption fits. They don't know what to make of this."
Gretzky supported Ukraine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's lame.
They all
did. Trump was endorsing him for prime minister.
That was funny.
And everything.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's why he maybe discovered his Russian heritage since then. Maybe
Trump took Gretzky aside. He's like, "Listen, Wayne, the Russians are actually the good guys here. We need."
I think one of the things I think I'm most looking forward to at GART is the possibility of a panel there dealing with the Sovereign Alliance with BB and Matt and Gordon. I think
that could be a good idea. And I will say the last few days have been pretty damn good for me. And Matt had sent me an article that he wrote years ago, but I think 2 days ago, of course, nobody read it, but for whatever reason, the Righteous Russia series was like super popular. And then I did something about China to similar degree. I always caveat it by saying I'm not a historian. Like, I approached it from the perspective of storytelling. But people are not nearly as interested in the China thing. And yet you start digging into Xi Jinping. I tweeted yesterday or the day before, Trump and Xi in this trade war is not a contradiction of the Sovereign Alliance. It is, if anything, more confirmation that they are mutually working toward decoupling, and Xi is against all of the same oligarchs that Trump is against. And then, man, Chris Paul posts that clip today of Trump tripling down on his Xi asides in the last couple of days ago. I know him really well, and we've been friends for a really long time, and I think we're going to figure something out that's mutually beneficial. And then, if you juxtapose that with the headlines of Amazon hemorrhaging because of their loss of the Chinese market and Apple fleeing China to come to the US, that is the deep state. And the Sovereign Alliance is Xi and Trump kicking the globalist oligarchy out of China. It's so I don't. That's how I see it. But so I'm sure you know a lot more about Xi and his history, Matt.
Who are the negative forces in China that Xi is fighting then?
The CCP.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
No, I mean the CCP. It's not a homogenous blob, really.
Yeah,
but you have figures like you got to look at Jack Ma and what he represents as one example of like the Chinese Bill Gates type of Klaus Schwabian figure who was installed there in the 90s as a cardboard cutout who would be assigned to be attributed as this great Silicon Valley type of genius. But he's a World Economic Forum trustee, and he, I think it's useful to look at his growth and who sponsored him within the Chinese establishment, which vectors around a little network, which is actually a very big network centered in Hong Kong and Shanghai. It's called the Shanghai Clique, and this is like the rot at the heart of the Chinese deep state within the CPC. Like the CPC isn't a thing. There's many things, many parts battling it out. And so he called for a coup d'etat in 2020, and I think it was October. He gave a speech basically saying right before Alibaba and Ant Group was going to go public, he basically gave a speech saying we need all of the forward-thinking leaders of China to create a new banking system outside of the authorization of the Bank of China, and we have to basically go for basically like a decentralized model, which would not really be, it was pretty much calling for undermining the entire sovereign national system of China. And as soon as he did that, which is exactly what the World Economic Forum wants, he basically got put into house arrest for like a year, and all of his assets were stripped away. And he was told you can like teach high school. That's all you're allowed to do from this point forward. And that's in the context of this mass. I think there's been 5.3 million members of the Chinese Communist Party who have been punished for massive corruption, being on the payroll of the CIA since 2012.
1.3 million. Yep.
And
the number I saw was 1.3 million. That was in my series, and then over 10,000 arrests of party members. Now, obviously, it could be that that's bad, right? It's just that when I'm reading that and looking into, well, who are the people being arrested? It was all these Chinese oligarchs and magistrates. It like the exact same template as Putin and all the oligarchs who either got rolled up in Russia or became Ukrainian and got out of there. So this is why I think China is like one of the most difficult theaters to parse. But when you start looking at the opposition to Xi Jinping in China, it's all the Chinese oligarchs who were in bed with the Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes in the 90s. And Xi is the one, by the way, who in what I call the Sovereign Alliance has been using the word multipolarity more than any world leader. So like everything that Westerners say about what he wants to do is the opposite of all of his stances, where he wants mutual sovereignty, multipolarity. Like he's been trying to fight against the petrodollar for the last 15 years. And, now him and Putin are basically working on that, and Trump, I would say. But yeah, it's fascinating. One of the craziest things to me, I don't know if you knew this, Matt, but one of the biggest comms or signals is Xi Jinping refused to take CCP party protection when he became leader of China. He installed his own security bureau, and they were like Chinese special forces. So it's like an exact analog to Trump and Vladimir Putin, where it's like, why does this guy, if this guy's like Mr. CCP, why does he not want to be protected by the traditional CCP? So I think there's multiple factions.
There's definitely multiple factions. Yeah.
I pulled in that bromance clip if you want me to play it. The Trump one that Chris clipped.
There's also
they've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table, and I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time, and I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Sorry, Matt, didn't mean to cut you off with that.
No, that was a good one. Yeah, no, I think that Trump has been using a very hard language because, you know, he has to, but at the same time, there's a lot of evidence that he and Xi see very much on the same frequency. And I think when Trump went to China in 2017, he had he was treated like the emperor. He had the red carpet treatment into the Forbidden City. He was given no foreign dignitary is allowed to just go into the Forbidden City. So he was given like a tour with Xi Jinping and his wife and Melania. And they came out of that putting into motion what became the first, this massive trade deal with China, right? Which got sabotaged after COVID, but the idea was solid. And I'm hoping to see something like that somewhere along the way, which would involve, the $300 billion phase one in, was it January of 2020, which was supposed to go into effect, and it would have been a real big stimulus for rebuilding America's industrial base in a big way. I don't know how exactly that plays in fully into the current decoupling program, but I could see it. I could see some synergy there. But yeah, she is definitely, he has been at war with this hardcore, because I mean, when Soros was kicked out of China, and a lot of people don't even know that, in 1989, Soros had his personal stooge Zhao Ziyang installed as the head of the CCP for 2 years, from 87 to 89. And Zhao Ziyang was supposed to be sort of the Trotsky dictator of China. Like he was called the Chinese Gorbachev. And that's just like Gorbachev's job when he got installed was to just pull the plug and dismantle the Soviet Union and open the door for perestroika, like the creation of the entire privatization of Russia and the creation of this like City of London controlled oligarchy in the 90s. That's what was supposed to be done to China. And they were smarter in China. And they basically took this guy down, arrested his entourage, but some of them continued on in the 90s. And they became the multi-billionaire clique in Shanghai that sponsored Miles Guo, the guy who's been working with Bannon, calling for basically organizing this international network of deep state Chinese who are acting, they're marketed to conservatives in Europe and North America as if these are the real freedom-loving Chinese. But it's like, no, if you actually look at why they're
not allowed in China.
They're not allowed. They'd be in jail in China because they're part of the CIA Soros coup d'etat effort from 89 onward. So we're giving a lot of psyops on that stuff, but she is definitely fighting this thing.
I know this is purely anecdotal, but a couple of years ago after the Arizona GART, my wife and I went to Vegas, and on the flight out there, I was sitting next to a Chinese student that was going to UNLV, and he lived in Shanghai, and him and I kind of got into a conversation about Trump and Xi and all that stuff. And it was a fascinating conversation. He was telling me how much the people there actually love Xi Jinping, and they hate the oligarch class that subverts him at every single possibility, chance. And I was saying, what do you think of Trump? He's like, I love Trump. Trump, I think, is phenomenal. And he understood, he was drawing the parallels between what Trump is going through here with subversions from, what we call the deep state, the establishment, bureaucracy, whatever it was, and saying that they have the similar things over in China. And we got into the censorship, and he was telling me about how like you can get like a speeding ticket just by a camera taking a picture, and you get like a text on your phone that you just got ticketed for speeding or whatever. And I asked him, I said, well, what do you think about that? And he's like, it kind of sucks, but it's safe. And so then I thought he was going to go into the gun route. And I was like, well, what do you think about the US? And he's like, oh, there's guns everywhere. And I was like, what do you think? He's like, I love it. He's like, I love the idea that you guys can defend yourself. Over there, we don't need to, because we have, such a censorship operation set up that, it's relatively safe. But you guys over here, I love the idea of carrying guns. It was a really interesting conversation. I wish I would have engaged him sooner, but he was wearing a freaking mask on the plane. So I didn't want to talk to him until.
Yeah, I think that even that anecdote in that conversation is indicative of how complicated this is, and all like human beings, including myself, like we all can get locked into binaries. Even when I frame things from the Sovereign Alliance, it's like, I understand that it's not a binary. It's not like, oh, here China's actually good and been good the whole time. It's like, it's more like what Matt points out, that there's these factions It's just that I often say I never end my analysis with the opposite game, but I always start it there. And when it's like, if you just reverse engineer who told you all the things that you think you know about Xi Jinping, it's all the same people who told you all the things you think you know about Donald Trump, right? In Normieville. Oh, he's got the Uyghurs in death camps. Does he? Who told you that? Like CNN, the same people who told you Assad was gassing his people, the same people who told you Gaddafi was an evil dictator, the same people who told you Vladimir Putin stole the 2016 election for Trump, but now they're enemy. Like it's all the same thing. And I just try to look for, Matt, to your point about how's a deal going to work. It's so hard to pierce through the fog right now, but I think if you look at what Bessent has been saying, where the US is this massive net importer relative to China, I think to the factor of 5 to 1 or more, that gives the US a lot of leverage from from an onshoring perspective. But I think that also tells you why Americans have this backwards when they think like the system right now is good for the Chinese. It's good for oligarchs in China. It's not good for the Chinese, because the reason you have a $1,000 iPhone when it probably should be $3,000 is because Chinese people are making them in factories owned by oligarchs, and they have suicide nets around their building, right? So Xi Jinping has been trying to get these companies out of China. Yeah. And one thing I read about that I was kind of surprised at is that the like regional magistrate system of China is way more entrenched and harder to disentangle than what we deal with over here. And I didn't know a lot about that, but that essentially Xi just does not have the same power, or maybe didn't, against a lot of these oligarchs that that Vladimir Putin did. Like Putin could just go in there and be like, we're rolling these guys up. And it seems like that's not really the way it's been working in China.
Well, yeah, on that note, definitely the thing that I'm going to speak to, that I really want to speak to, is what you were saying about the suicide nets. And I think a lot of Canadians and Americans have been induced to sort of take on this weird victim mentality that we've been so wronged by big bad China. And I get that Trump plays the narrative game and stuff, but at the end of the day, like Henry Kissinger, who set up this whole program of exporting our heavy industry to China back in the early 70s with George Shultz and the whole Trilateral Commission crowd, like they had this idea of creating a new type of world order founded upon consumer, unproductive, first class sort of LOI, from the H.G. Wells time machine. Like that was the idea. You had the LOI and you had the Morlocks, the dirty worker Morlocks, who like evolved to be this like disfigured industrial species living underground and like just cannibalizing and stuff. And then you had the useless blonde Aryan LOI living above ground. But the world was going to be divided by the haves and the have-nots in this master slave structure. And the idea was, well, rather than having workers well-trained, well-paid, using high tech in our productive industrial sector in the West, we're going to no longer do that. We'll be a services consumer economy. We're not going to get our hands dirty. And we're going to start going for cheaper and cheaper shit in this formula of looking at the poor nations of the world that had been abused under decades and generations of colonialism. And since they don't have high living standards, they don't have a lot of infrastructure, they don't have a lot of education, they don't use advanced technology, so their labor is going to be cheap. So they'll be like these cheap labor plantations. And then that way we can have dollar stores all of a sudden. We can have cheaper and cheaper stuff. And we got addicted to this like chasing the dragon for the next cheap hit. And the more we got decadent and into that modality, we became like these people were not allowed to develop. They were like, that was the idea of Henry Kissinger's NSSM 200 Security Study Memorandum of 1974 that was declassified, basically saying in that all of these countries, he lays out 15 countries, Ethiopia, Egypt, Mexico, there's a bunch of others. China's not on the list, but I think it's very clearly what he's thinking about is number one, is that these countries, he's very explicit, they want to follow the Japanese model. They want to industrialize. But he says if they do that, then the resources under their soil will be used by them for their own industry. And those are in the strategic interests of the United States. So we can no longer allow that. And then he lays out over several chapters the need to enforce only a depopulation or population control foreign policy. So we'll give them money to the degree that they do sterilization like they did in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. or that they only use it for appropriate technologies that don't impact their environment. So no hydroelectric dams, no nuclear power, windmills, okay. But then that became the new wiring for U.S. foreign policy, and we allowed it. We gave our consent to go along with this in a certain way, right? So like they weren't supposed to ever exit the slave labor model. And the way I see it increasingly is it's like now we're coming to the realization that we can't sustain ourselves. We atrophied our productive base. They broke free of that model. And at a certain point through a fight, it was a major fight over like 4 decades, they were able to adopt a model that allowed them to be liberated from being the cheap labor plantation. And now we're like having a hissy fit over the fact that our slaves don't want to work for us anymore. And they have the skills that we lost. So it's like, it's kind of on us. Like we got to figure out how do we get our skills back and like do some soul searching and look inward at people like what did Kissinger represent? And like, how did he dupe us and China at the same time? So that's my only little rant on that point.
Matt, the solution is that there's not as many of them, but we export our slave labor to Canada now.
El Salvador.
And we free the Chinese, and then we still get cheap iPhones, Canadian made, but that the Chinese are going to be free now.
What else is there to do in Edmonton in the winter? I mean, just make some iPhones, dude.
Yeah, they need the heat too. The factories. I like where your head's at, Jordan.
We'll have suicide nets in Edmonton. All right.
Yeah, they already have those just because it's Edmonton. Right?
There's going to be so much snow on the ground. You can't jump out of buildings and die anyway. So
I don't think there's a building high enough to take your own life anyway. So it's just you'll just land in a snowdrift.
Well, there's all the igloos. They don't grow that high anyway. You can only yeah. Sorry,
so one of the compounding factors is that a lot of the jobs that we've moved overseas and the manufacturing capabilities, but also the laptop class jobs that have been moved overseas, a lot of that work is being automated away. AI, machine learning is replacing it. Robotics is replacing a lot of the manufacturing. And so upskilling, reskilling to the extreme, calling for UBI. This is something that the World Economic Forum has been saying for 10 years. And I think that there's an interesting angle that they are kind of getting what they want. It's a matter of where we apply those resources. Burning Bright, you talk about the good reset, right? That these changes, because the world was broken the way that it was broken, these changes are necessary. We do need to reskill the population. To what Matt was saying, we have to get our skills back, but they are, I think, going to be different skills. I forget where we heard President Trump talking. I think it was President Trump talking about the entirely new, industries for American workers that are going to be maintaining the robots and, the code bases and things. That there are new, highly skilled jobs. They're just new skills, not necessarily, reclaiming the old ones. And to a lot of when we move work overseas, whether that's, laptop class work or manufacturing work, the work itself fundamentally changes because you don't just move a job overseas, you move work overseas and you break it down. And sometimes it's done by pools of people but it's almost always done differently than it was done before you moved it. And so bringing it back isn't a simple equation, but also we're in this interesting moment where bringing it back isn't a goal because that work fundamentally is different now.
I also think we're stuck in this mindset where we think a 40-hour work week is normal and we think that that's what we need to do to survive and make a living. But I think with advances in automation, in manufacturing, and cheapening goods, and then also getting out of the I need to consume everything I come across mindset. I mean, I don't think if we play our cards right, I don't think we're going to need 40-hour work weeks or 50 or 60-hour work weeks to be able to survive. I think we can get by with maybe 20-hour work weeks or something like that. And everything becomes cheaper. Necessities become cheaper. Automation helps things get produced easier. So it's really, the golden age, I think, is a lot of people are very stuck in their limited beliefs and their limited sort of awareness. Like I saw a tweet from DC Drano yesterday, and he said something to the effect of, oh my gosh, NASA is looking at fission for next generation it's going to be the golden age, or these next generation cyber cabs, still thinking that we need lithium batteries and vehicles with wheels. But then you see something like the video of General Quast, where he's talking about propulsion tech that could take us anywhere on Earth in an hour. So with that kind of greater awareness, kind of expands your understanding of what the golden age might be. So no, I don't think we're going to need 40-hour work weeks.
I totally agree with both of those points, and I actually think that that's why I kind of get an encouraging kick out of seeing back-to-back headlines of, something talking about 0-point technology or even lesser, like nuclear fission, like Jordan said, side by side, and being invested. Like Trump's DOE pick, Chris Wright, is an interesting guy to listen to, because he's constantly talking about nuclear technologies, continued efficiencies, like this whole new industry of American energy. And Trump has been endorsing that, right? To a lot of what Ash said. I do agree that Jordan's talking about the end game there, but then you'll see a headline where Trump is re-energizing coal production, which is like the polar opposite end of the spectrum, right? But I actually don't think that those are contradictions. I think it's actually, it's also tied into the temporal element here. If Jordan's talking about the end game, and I absolutely do think that's the end game, like we've been psyoped into thinking that we need 40-hour work weeks and that this is just the way the world is supposed to be. But we do need that transition era of like moving into new technologies and energies while also giving the people attached to the old ones basically jobs that are going to allow them to participate in the transition, who aren't going to learn how to do maintenance on a Tesla bot, or like who aren't going to learn nuclear fission at 52 years old and they've been working as a coal miner. So I don't think those things are contradictory. And a lot of MAGA is like, why is he talking about coal, but you guys are talking about nuclear fission? It's like, because he's talking about both. He's talking about transitioning our whole energy system, but that includes like drill baby drill for a little while as we build up the new infrastructure.
These new systems are going to take a lot of energy and resources to build up. So to free up the ability to build those things, we need oil, gas, coal, things like that.
Well, it's got to be a generational change as well.
It's probably going to take a couple, honestly.
Right. When I say generational, I mean probably 2 or 3 at the very least.
Yeah.
Before people start learning that, because I sure in the hell ain't getting into nuclear fission or fusion. That's
Bill Gates is. No, that's one of the reasons why I question it, because you see Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos getting into nuclear fusion, and the thing with nuclear fusion is that you still need a meter, you still need transmission wires. It's still a centralized system. So the decentralized tech that Quast.
Oh shit!
Who let this guy in?
What up, Cam?
What's up, man?
I love the camo hat.
Sound?
You might be muted.
What's up, y'all?
Oh,
No, I'm not muted. I was just letting Jordan finish. What's up, everybody?
What's up, man?
Hey.
What mic are you on?
Real quick.
Computer
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but are you on your computer mic, or do you have a
sounds like headphone mic, maybe?
Super cool microphone like
I
the
didn't
rest
even
of us
think
professional
about that.
Yeti crew has?
He's got a mic in his tooth.
Super cool.
He's a total
Let's see. No, I'm on the right mic.
He's got his little thing transmitting.
I
to
think you
his
sound
ear.
great.
All right,
You might have your
perfect.
gain high.
Yeah, you sound good. You sound good.
First of all, Matt Arrett, love you, man. I never met you in person. Your show. So breaking history. When I was growing up, history was like my favorite subject. American history mostly. But man, the way you break down history is so fucking awesome, man. I just have to say that. I met everybody else, I think, right, in person. Yep, I did.
I was only a little gay, Cam.
It was. I thought it was a
No,
lot gay.
No, that's a healthy gay. That was fine, man. I appreciate that. That was good. That was. Are you going to be there in? Are you going to be there?
Yeah, I'm going to be in Plymouth. Yeah, Jackie and I are both going to be there.
Cool. Oh, great.
By the way, it's not gay if you're both naked. That's what they told me in high school.
That's right.
What's the line to unhealthy gay?
It's only gay if you make eye contact. That's the jujitsu sort of
healthy gay, like real healthy gay. Rick Renaud. Unhealthy gay. Barack Obama.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's an interesting spectrum.
Did Matt hear John Kennedy's assessment of AOC that we played this morning?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Here, check this out.
I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle.
I like the dramatic music.
Fox was trying to cut. Fox was trying to cut to a commercial, and he came back and he's like, "AOC is the leader of the Democratic Party, but she's also the reason that there are instructions on the back of a shampoo bottle." And then he goes on to say, "We have this thing in the Senate, or excuse me, we have this thing in Congress, Operation Let Her Speak."
That's a fact.
I mean, eventually, we're talking about the future and saying things people don't want to say. We will eventually have the conversation again as a society of, but should everybody be voting? I mean, right now we're in the transition period of making sure everybody's vote counts. But in the future, that may allow us.
I think it should be one vote per household.
Yes, and whoever wins the household tournament.
A family should have a vote, not an individual person.
What?
Family per house.
That wouldn't work because people would just have different houses. Like
So you want to abolish individual
you just buy 50 houses and have 50 votes.
Family liberty now.
Only families can vote.
And our families stay together.
I'm not for that, but I've heard some decent arguments that you know, because then for people to move society forward and have a stable family, have kids, then you can vote. I don't know. Just an idea I've heard.
I'm just saying, and Matt might know about this because you can
Matt looks
back
like
me up.
Matt looks like he wants to respond to what Jordan just said.
Matt can back me up if what I'm saying is fairly true. If it's not, then we'll just move on to the next topic. But Rome, the fall of Rome was correlated with women getting a very increasing share of the decision-making powers in the Roman Senate, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, we're going down that path.
Only if I'm right.
I'm gonna avoid that one like the plague.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think that ultimately, yeah, it's true. Like, how can voting possibly be non-destructive if everybody is adapting to a society of mediocrity and stupidity and is incapable of even like judging their own personal future or what's right for their own personal family? If they don't even have that internally because they're shaped by a sick society, then they can't make judgments about the whole nation or humanity that they're a part of. So it's like it's a cultural fight at the end of the day. Yeah. And if a democracy is just going to be a name only if you allow oligarchs to, run puppet masters and demagogues that we're told we can vote for. If that's what we're accepting, then it's a joke. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of fun to be had in this topic, but it's also, I think for the truth community, like for everybody who's on the show and for everybody who's watching and for everybody that we meet at GARTS, isn't something that you notice when you're talking to people at GART. Like one of the things I always say is it's like the only place you could just start a conversation with anybody you run into about anything and you know that you're allowed to talk about it, right? But what does that also say about this discussion we're having? You can't do that with the vast majority of voting citizens in the nation, right? Like they are not only intellectually incapable of making decisions that are good for the country, they've been engineered that way. And they've been engineered to think that the things that are horrible for us are the things that are good for us. And if you want exhibit A of that, look at the fact that the expert class, I'm not even talking about deep state, I'm talking about like people who have made their careers getting PhDs in economics in the last couple generations are completely wrong about every aspect of how economics should function. And if they were in charge, if the experts were in charge of the financial system, we would have the financial system we have right now. Like that's the problem with democracy.
Well, that's why initially you had to be a landowner in order to vote in this country. You had to have a stake in the decision-making process. The way it is right now, these me and Ash talk about this all the time. These get out the vote things are nothing. They're probably the worst thing that you could ever imagine. Encouraging every single person to get out there and vote is absolutely absurd when most of these people couldn't tell you the first thing about our political system as a whole.
That's why I'm not supporting the idea of one vote per household, but it's interesting in that if you're just a single person, you're going to vote with your own individual benefits in mind, right? You're going to vote selfishly. But if you're in a household, if you're in a marriage with kids, have property, then you actually have more of a vested interest in society functioning properly and where this country is going. So I'm not for it, but I'm just saying there's interesting arguments as to that kind of voting system.
And of course, the term landowner can evolve.
Totally.
But one of the things that I found in the 2020 election, I had a whistleblower that came out about the homeless shelters out in Colorado, of all places, that he was in a homeless shelter himself, and he told me they would have literally stacks upon stacks upon stacks of mail-in ballots that you could just take and fill out and send in. And as homeless people are filtering through these shelters, they're just, who knows if they're actually voting or if somebody's casting it in their name. So Ash, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I like what you guys are saying. For me, I think there's a very interesting conversation to be had about women in positions of leadership, women voting, and we are taught, can't have this conversation, by the way, not if women are going to be involved. But we're taught that women attaining the right to vote was this great victory for women. And one of the most interesting things I've ever read on the topic is G.K. Chesterton's "What's Wrong with the World?" And there's a essay in that is feminism or the problem with women. And he speaks, and it could be like, to me, it's almost mournful to look back at in the 1900s, 1910s. In Colorado, women had the right to vote earlier, but the societal transformation that happened that fundamentally changed women's role with society and with government. And we can look back and we could say, well, that was intentional because they wanted to create double the taxable income and all of those kinds of things. But the cultural change, the fundamental change of Chesterton talks about a woman being the monarch essentially over her domain of the household and the children, and not having to worry about what the government specifically was doing, not because it wasn't important or because she didn't have anything to add to the conversation, but because it wasn't her domain. And by bringing women into the workforce and specifically with the right to vote, because you're giving your consent when you're casting your vote, that we fundamentally changed women's role within society, and everybody celebrates that as a good thing. And you're not allowed to talk about the trade-offs and what women gave up through that story arc. I think that's a very interesting conversation. But like you're saying, there's very few people you can, especially women, very few people you can have that conversation with, because they'll just get really mad at you and say, well, you want all the men to be oppressing the women again.
Homath on YouTube does very good videos explaining why women getting equal pay has absolutely destroyed dating in our modern age. Pretty fascinating.
You said Homath?
Homath.
Oh,
yes.
John was talking about those videos. I didn't even know they existed until like a week. Whenever Bad Friends came on, and then they became Only Friends or whatever it is. What is it?
OnlyFans.
OnlyLands.
It's gonna change its name every week now.
I love it. It's a constant change. By the way, real quick, CanCon, when you got up, BB came back into the screen, and it freaked me out. Like literally, you left going that way.
We were conferring on our Fed notes.
I'm trying to show off my my in-laws dog that we'll be watching for 3 weeks.
What's his or her name?
Her name's Stella.
Oh.
And she is a big, like, husky looking thing.
What are
she's
pronouns?
She's a good girl.
I loved your movie,
She's
Stella.
a very good girl.
You got your groove back, girl.
But she's getting up there. I think she's like 9 now, so she doesn't do the jump up thing anymore. But saw BB's dog, and so I had to show off our. Yes, that's why they're going nuts. Like Cash torments her, and she barks at everything. And so, and she also, they live out, like Ash has seen their house. They live out in the kind of the quote unquote country for suburban
Or
South
Florida.
For suburban South Florida, they're out in the country, and they don't have cars driving by like we do in our neighborhood. And so every car that drives by, she has to bark at. Every single car.
Poor girl.
Wolf Bright's been learning not to lick Baby Bright on the face, but he's being good about it. I like what you were saying, Ash. I heard you when I was serving my wife. Speaking of, I was serving the master of my house. No, but for us, it's kind of a timely conversation. Obviously, this is our first kid and we both work, and that's fucking hard, right? Like super hard. I think when you're in this community, you have not that I'm judging anybody, but I am very averse to the idea of putting my kid in daycare and stuff like that, just because, it's not the way we'd like to do it. But it's a practically difficult conversation to have, of saying like, yeah, let's go down to one income. And then we probably could, but then you're like you're fragile, you're more vulnerable. Like, all right, well, if something goes down with me, whether it's media stuff or I still have, this is why I've never left a day job, even though like I probably could go full time into this stuff, but then I don't really have that balance. And then when you talk about women, Mrs. Bright talks about that all the time. Like, she's a working professional. She likes working. She likes having built stuff for herself, but also now being a new mom, she's got those instincts of feeling like society has put us in this position where she's got to like leave the house and feel shitty for that, but feel shitty if she's home with the baby, right? And then the biggest thing that I hope to see selfishly out of some of this economic transition out of the Trump administration is, I'm sure many people can sympathize with this in chat that have been in this situation. It's usually not about income that the conversation gets down to. Usually, like, we'll start writing the numbers down, like, yeah, we can pay the bills, like that's okay. It's insurance. It's the ways they get you, like, she's the one who has the insurance for our household because I'm a business owner. And as we know, the regime does not like business owners. They don't like any of us being contractors, right? So they make it very difficult for you to insure your family. And now that I've got a kid, like, that's not an easy thing to just go, oh, I'm just not going to have any. And then you start looking into the numbers and I'm like, well, how much would it be? You're talking like more than our mortgage to get a family health insurance plan without an employer, where meanwhile her employer right now pays for 75% of our whole health insurance plan, right? So it's like, it's tough. I mean, and these are the situations where I like how you framed it too, that like the brainwashing has really been on women of saying like, you are lesser if you're staying home. Meanwhile, for us, like, her leaving the house half the week right now that we have a baby, only reminds you of how much work you're doing at the house and like with the kid and everything. So yeah, as a society, we have to get back somehow to like the classic painting of, one person goes out and makes the money. Nowadays, women can make money at home because we've got the internet. We've got all kinds of ways you can start businesses and everything. But we got to do something about like the insurance angle and making it feel like people feeling like they don't want to put their family at risk by having somebody quit a job.
And that's a scam too, right? I mean, insurance it is a scam as well, but it is a scam that we're dependent upon. Mm-hmm. And with women in the working thing, and I was particularly susceptible to this, right? I can have both. Yeah. I can be the mom and I can be the breadwinner, and I can have both. And I had both of those things, but I definitely didn't do either of them to the best of my ability because my focus was split. But when it comes to women, you get women with a rights-based argument. This is your right. This is your foremothers fought for this shit, right? Yeah, like this is what it means to be a good woman, is to be the strong, confident, independent woman. And you're not allowed to talk about the trade-offs, or you hate women. That's a fundamentally intellectually dishonest argument that is the only one we're allowed to have broadly in society.
I can't wait for DOGE to clean up Medicare, Medicaid, clean all that up. I think there's going to be so much fraud, waste, and abuse that comes out of that system. President Trump yesterday talking about tariffs on big pharma to re-onshore that, another facet of our medical industrial complex that needs to be brought to heel. And it can be, I think, when you can do a surgery in, say Canada or Mexico or somewhere in Europe for a third or a tenth of the price that it costs here in the United States, that is a fundamental problem. That is, a massive stymie for the traditional family.
Yeah. No, I think this kind of goes back to what Jordan was also alluding to regarding like just the overall paradigm of the economy that we're operating within. Because if you go back to the 1950s and 60s, it was customary to have one paycheck take care of a household of 4 or 5 kids, you know, a second car, enough put over for school, for vacation, to pay them, and savings, you know, like, so that was just the buying power of the dollar, even though minimum wage was maybe like $1.50 in 1962. I mean, that's not very much, but yet the buying power was so much higher. A dollar would go so much further because the overall economy it was operating within was geared around productivity, overcoming limits to growth. There was always the idea of real progress that we've lost touch with. So if you have that productive power available as a whole, then all of the money in circulation is going to have a different meaning and different value as qualitatively, even though it's still quantitatively a dollar is a dollar in 2025 or 1961. It's still called a dollar, but it's totally qualitatively different because we lost that. We're just a consumer go nowhere society currently. So yeah, people are forced to work shit jobs, 2-3 jobs just to like make ends meet and barely, you know, barely take care of your But that being said, if you have like a cult, because everything is downstream from economy, but economy is downstream from culture. And if you have a culture that values like what makes us human first, beyond like our secondary attributes of our skin color or our gender or our whatever, you know, there's so many different aspects to being human. And what the oligarchy does, they put the secondary feature as our primary identity, and then we forget what our humanity is all about. And then that becomes the thing we fight for and we identify with and become jaded about or victimized about if, you know, we feel like, anyway, we're speaking the same language. But I was going to say too, like John Quincy Adams, like he was homeschooled and his mom played a key role in forming him as a statesman. And he attributed that, like his mom trained him to translate Platonic texts from Greek into English and to learn ancient history, the collapse of Rome. So she was more qualified as a statesman, as a woman living and teaching the kids in the household that generated these highly effective moral leaders in the future. Right. And I wouldn't want to say like a quality of mind like that shouldn't be allowed to vote. Everybody should have as human rights, the right to, you know, to participate in government.
Well, to that point, though, I think actually both of these topics are aligned. And obviously I'm joking around about the women's suffrage thing, but not joking, to Ash's point. I think maybe a fair way to frame this is modern women, the modern woman template is an engineered construct that is completely at odds with with women, with men, with families, and with society. So of course there are plenty of modern men who shouldn't be voting either, right? But I'm just saying that women is who they went after, and women is who they transformed. The modern woman hates women. The modern woman hates men. The modern woman hates children. The modern woman hates business, success, unless it's hers. All this, right? So that's how they've engineered this situation where, and you can see it in Hollywood. One of the reasons Chris Paul and I talk so much about Hollywood and movies and all that kind of stuff is because you can see when you talk about the culture, everything's downstream, right? And you can see it's so funny when you look at the modern representations of the quote unquote feminist female hero, and all they are all of the toxic traits of men in a woman's body, right? Like the modern female hero is an arrogant, super physically powerful, hyper intelligent, rude asshole who's asexual, by the way. Women in modern movies are not allowed to be sexual in any way. There's a compilation I saw recently on YouTube where, take the Marvel movies for an example, because they're high budget, you know, they're very popular, or they were. And in every superhero movie for like 10 years, you had they call it the beefcake scene, where you have like Chris Pratt without his shirt on, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans. You've got a scene in every one of those movies with a beefcake guy is super ripped. But you've got all these women in the movies, and they've got more clothes on than they've ever had on in any movie. They've got tactical outfits. They've got like things up to their necks. They don't flirt with any of the men. And if any of the men flirt with them, they get put down immediately. So like they've turned women into these automatons of toxic masculinity. And I think it's all about trying to redefine, like, the women who are going to be staying home in this era are, to your point about John Quincy Adams, they're going to be the most based women because they're the ones who are rejecting all of that nonsense of like the modern woman is Brie Larson in Marvel movies that hates men.
Reject feminism and reject girl boss culture too.
The two examples I was going to push back on you, BB, with is Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. And Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow is in love. She is in love with Hawkeye. They have a thing, but she's in love with the Hulk too, as the Hulk. And then Scarlet Witch is with Vision, who is an autonomous AI bot. So there you go.
Yeah.
Although there's Wonder Woman too. But that's
I was just gonna say, it's not the hard push messaging to convince women that they need to be men. First of all, it's been going on for over a century, but it's about so much more than the mind of women. It's about the next generation, the generations of children that come up. They're then separated. They're then being raised by other people, or if they are being raised by two working parents, that's often a relationship in conflict. There's often a lot of stressors in there because there's this constant tension within the household about what the roles are, and I personally think that's all by design. And to pull another Chesterton quote, just because I think it's a really good one on this topic: how can it be a large career to tell other people's children about the rule of three, and a small career to tell one's own children about the universe? And to the point that you were talking about with John Quincy Adams and Abigail Adams, a mother is her child's whole world, especially when they're small. But even as they grow, there's that authority. Hopefully that authority. There are obviously abusive, terrible mommy dearest type mothers, but the idea is right that you have your mom is you, and your dad's the authoritarian, right? This is very traditional gender role kind of stuff, that there's that authority. Dad's coming home, oh shit, right? But your mom is the person who teaches you about the whole world, sustains your life until you're able to eat food on your own. And it's been so minimized, and so to the point now where, Burning Bright, to your point, that there's trans characters that are trans female characters that are being sexualized in films, but women, for true biological women, that's sort of set aside or not in vogue any longer, because we need to make the Franken women front and center, and it's all, none of this is an accident, and none of it's organic.
And I would also say that it's also true that there is a duality to man, capital M, men and women, right? I was an artist. So when I say artist, writer, like I was a creative writer. I never thought I was going to be in political bullshit. One of my favorite depictions comes from literature, but they did a fantastic job with it in the movies. My requisite Lord of the Rings rant. The portrayal of Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn is one of the great, and perhaps the last, portrayal of a heroic man that we've seen. Because one bone I'll throw to like the liberal establishment is that the portrayal of hyper masculinity of Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger, et cetera, and I love that shit as a kid, but it's retarded. It's like the ideal of masculine strength that came out in the 80s was like, kill everything you see. Kill, 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 kill. Get bigger and bigger and bigger and kill everything. Don't make apologies for it. And like, that's better probably than what we're at right now. But when you look at the portrayal of an Aragorn, there are scenes juxtaposed along each other where he goes from defending the innocent with a sword, like fighting monsters in the mountains, to reciting poetry to his lost love, like to the stars, because he's a Renaissance man. Aragorn isn't sitting there being like, what defines the modern man? And how can I be like, this is why I push back just as hard on the Andrew Tates of the world and all that shit as I do on liberals and the strong women, because they're trying to create this hyper masculine douchebag zoomer boy contingent that hates women and thinks of hyper violence and money as what it is to be masculine, when it's like, actually writing poetry is masculine too, and painting is masculine too, and animal husbandry and all that kind of stuff, right? Like men, the whole idea is that men have the power projection to be violent, but the ideal man is gentle and loving and caring and all that kind of stuff, right? And I think the same could be said for women. Like on the opposite end, women are more geared toward warmth and gentleness and emotion, empathy, but they can also be a tomboy and play hockey if they want to fucking play hockey, right?
Or
and
a mama bear and rip your fucking throat out.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But and I think that
I have
that's
great
part of where
capacity
the
for
binary
violence.
messes us up.
I just keep it in check.
But this is the problem with that even happens in some of the conservative world, that I understand where it comes from. But you got to be careful of playing the opposite game to the point where you then become the monsters that the communists said that you were. And that's often the reaction, to be like, you know what, women suck, blow everything up, and Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Predator is like what we're gonna do now from now on.
But also painting that Andrew Tate version of masculinity creates a natural enemy, right?
Yeah.
That you can then say, oh, you can then make all of the rights-based arguments about why women need to break out and underrepresented people need to break out of the patriarchal prison of the mind or whatever. But so much of it is just a fabrication to begin with.
Yeah. Tate's an extremely mediocre kickboxer, just if anybody was wondering, by the way.
That dude is a fucking douchebag, man. I hate that guy.
Yeah.
Hate is the word. Like there's no worse type of person than a person that cares so much about themselves and manipulates other people into thinking that their way of living is the right way to live because of their popularity. Like those are all the celebrities that have led us to the slaughter.
I mean, in the same vein, you've got a lot of these thought-servative women who claim to be tradcon, yet they're basically like almost like one step away from starting OnlyFans accounts, but they're posting photos of themselves in like bikinis and shit all over the internet.
Email Andrew Tate, man.
Thirst traps, right? Like, who's that? Isabella Della Luca, and of course Ashley St. Clair going after Elon and tons of others. Like, you've got this contingent of your Andrew Tates and your red pill manosphere bros who 90% of them are like genuinely toxic humans and they're just entitled fake alphas. But then you have your tradcod women presenting themselves all over the internet. Look at me and my traditional beliefs, but really they're feminists in conservative clothing.
Yeah.
Right.
And still entitled as shit, still, think that they're basically gold diggers and think they're deserved of all these things. So this dynamic between the two, I mean, intersexual dynamics has been royally screwed by not just the lefties, the soy boy lefties and feminist lefties, but also these fake alpha males on the right and these fake tradcon women on the right as well, that are basically kind of like you were describing, BB, like they are pretty much the same as the left to the most extent. So
right. Well, it's so to use another Lord of the Rings analog. In the first movie that I think most of you have probably seen, Boromir is basically, even though he's a great character, he's not supposed to be a character that you like. Like, the lesson there is that he is an extremely flawed man. Boromir is essentially a MAGA guy. Like, he is, or a traditional conservative. Like, he is a Gondorian. He is all about like the nation of Gondor and defending the world of men and using direct power projection to do that. And like, he's right most of the time, but he doesn't want like allies. He wants to be a total isolationist, all this kind of stuff. And Aragorn is like the real heir of Gondor, but who's been living with the elves, and he understands how these other nations work, and he's like immersed himself in all these other cultures. And like, the Gondorians think of Aragorn as weak and weird because he's this super worldly traveler. But obviously, the point of the story is that it makes Aragorn a way better king than these other well-meaning men would have been. And the way I kind of see that is that Tolkien was saying that Gondor in this warlike age had become all of the worst aspects of protectionism, which is ironically what they're all accusing Trump of doing. I think we just believe that a lot of this stuff is bluff charges in order to get us into this cooperative, multipolar world. And I do think that's where it's going. Because I would agree that if the end game is like, fuck everybody, we're only doing our thing, it might be good for a little while, but it's ultimately not going to make for a good world, because you're going to have resentments that continue to fester and breed that is going to end up leading to the very wars that you said you were going to isolate yourself away from.
But BB, don't you know this is all pointless because the Jews own everything?
That's true. Yeah.
Nothing we can do. Everybody is a Zionist shill, including you, me, Trump, and Xi.
Now, what is a Jew? We don't even know how to define that anymore.
I'm kidding, everybody. I'm totally.
What if the whole world converts to Judaism? Let's all do it. Everyone.
No.
All at once.
Yeah.
Everyone.
I'm not going to do that, but I will quote the Jewish scriptures just to go back on this topic about the gender roles. It's another, to me, we've been lied to about everything. But, as a woman that was raised in the Christian church, and I was raised in the Christian church and in Messianic Jewish temple, I was always taught that the Proverbs 31 woman is the ideal woman, and you need to be like that. But I was only told, hadn't read it myself, I was only told about her submissive characteristics, about her and this is written by King Solomon allegedly, but the woman who is the ideal woman is at home taking care of the children and cooking the meals and submitting to her husband. When you actually read the Proverbs 31 woman, she was a badass. She was a merchant. She was doing all of the commerce for all of the household, and her job was to be the helpmeet for her husband, so her husband could sit at the gate. And that is to say, her husband can do what he needs to do to bring honor and glory to God, and she is the helper. And they are a team, right? They're working together, and that's how that's what will lead to her children rising up and calling her blessed, as if she is able to do all of those things. But we're not, Western Christian girls aren't taught to be assertive or to pursue any sort of business or any of those things. They're taught 1950s gender roles as the biblical norm, and that's bullshit. But I know, another conversation we're not allowed to have.
Yeah, totally. It's the false binary, right? Like you don't and Mrs. Bright talks about this when we have our own private conversations about what does the future look like, of saying like, hey, yeah, I'd love to stay home. But she is ambitious, and she's built, like, before we were together, she had her own career. She was further in her career than I was in mine. Like, it wasn't just because society forced her into that. She liked it. She plans the events and stuff. She likes doing that kind of thing. So again, I think that's why even what Jordan was saying about the manosphere, I think that we're kind of realizing at Badlands and in the truth community that a lot of the people who are like, well, once Trump gets back in and like wins, we used to get questions sometimes of like, what are you guys going to focus on? Like, everything's going to be solved. And I think even if you get away from politics and finances and stuff that we don't have a big effect on, these conversations demonstrate that like the enemies, the idea or cultural enemies actually get more and more difficult to face the further you get. And we're even dealing with some of this and like of some Q people. And I've always caveated by saying that I'm a Q person. Most popular article ever was about Q. Like, I believe that the drops were legit, etc. But we've now got a cottage industry of like anything that isn't talking about that, anything that isn't talking about things in the vernacular of trust the plan, has slowly turned from an encouraging like call to action to being a way of stifling the exploration of new ideas or argument. And now we've gone from being a community that was built on argument, which we often do on the shows, to being one where argument is seen as indicative that you haven't got the right idea yet. And what you actually have to do is just wait and listen to these people tell you, which is why we're always trying to tell, and our audience knows this, that we don't know what's going on. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. But there's certainly an increasing number of people, especially post-Trump 2.0, that want to make their brands based on that they know everything and they knew what was going to happen all along. And as long as you follow the plan, that they can't describe the plan to you. They don't know what the plan is, but they just know that it's the plan and that they're never right or wrong about anything ever. And, you know, like
the Q movement has largely become retarded. And I'm pretty disgusted by like 90% of it.
It's the exact opposite of what Q literally talks about through all of the drops. Like I got in 2020, right when COVID hit. That's when everything switched for me. I found the Q drops first. I just started reading them from beginning to wherever March 2020. And literally what I got from it was, okay, I don't know if any of this stuff is real, but at least they're saying don't take my word for it. And now literally every single person is saying, take my word for it because I've done more research on Q than you. It's like, no, I can do the same research as you. I literally go to the Q drop, find the one I'm looking for. We're at the same level. That's literally like, that's the most you can be ahead of me is you found it first. Because after that, it's your own research.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. But there was a delta yesterday on the showers, although you pick any day in April and it's a delta for showers. But
well, that's the key though, Brian, is that like, again, I still believe that the drops were legit and that there are deltas and there are, I don't think all of them are, but I'm more talking about the fact that it used to be a community all about exploring, okay, what were the drops trying to get you to think about and sort of do? What action were they trying to prompt you to take? And now it's become like, no. The only action you take is to sit back and listen to people explain drops to you.
The only action you take is load up Microsoft Paint.
Yeah,
a couple graphics on there.
Millions of lines.
Some red stringer decode bullshit.
So I was never a Q. Bye, Brian.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Peace.
I told the story a whole bunch, but I thought that Q people were batshit crazy because my brother followed Q from the very beginning and he's batshit crazy. And so I just assumed that everybody was. But one of the things that recently has, I've discovered and, sort of realized that was very surprising to me, that I think that there is a part of that movement that wants the Q team to secretly control the government for the rest of time. Like if in devolution, there's this idea of reconstitution that eventually you come out of your emergency state and you get back to something resembling constitutional government. What I've seen because there is this aspect of Q influencers that has gotten a little bit more nasty, and it is more, well, I was right about this or you're right about that. And, there's kind of this tension. And I was like, I came to this probably way too late, right? Obviously I'm way too late on a lot of things. I only just recently read Prussiagate, but to realize that if we have a reconstitution and we come out of this emergent, phase where we needed to do certain things in order to save the country from the Luciferian pedophiles or whatever, that there are some people that don't actually want to get to reconstitution, and it blows my mind, first of all, but is it that the secret knowledge makes them feel special, and so we don't want that to go like?
Oh yeah, probably a variety of it. So their bread and butter is Q content because a lot of them are one-trick ponies. So
that's it.
If Trump were out of office, or if Q exposed themselves and went away and wasn't a thing anymore, then what would their content be about? Because they're so narrow-minded or so. Like I said, one-trick pony. So could be maybe some. I think a lot of them don't consciously realize it or think it, but subconsciously, they're just terrified of Q not being a thing anymore. Because then, what do I talk about? And make videos about? It's like, if it's so. Yeah, I mean, there's a point there. I think you have. It's like, if disease went away, Big Pharma is terrified because they wouldn't make money anymore.
It's kind of the same. It's kind of exactly like that. Like we can't cure cancer because there's a lot of jobs that are dependent upon the cancer industry.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I think that's one aspect. And I think that's talking about the influencer side, like the content creator side of it. But you know, there are a lot of people that just want to listen to that content, and that's fine. Again, like I still engage with a lot of it, but who don't want to engage with anything else. And so I've been trying to kind of think recently and reverse engineer what is the mentality of the people that only want to consume Q content. And I think it's fear. It's
I was gonna say that. I'm glad you got there.
Yeah, it's not, and you can respond to this, but I don't think it's just fear if the Q drops go away or whatever. I don't think that's what it's about, or that the plan wasn't real. I think it's that, let's say the plan was real. Let's say the Q drops were legit, right? Like, and they were written as intended. That's what I think.
Same.
I also think that they serve their role. I also think that when Cash and Flynn come out and say, like, guys, how much clearer can we fucking be that we need to move forward, and like the drops we're trying to get you to engage with civic engagement in your nation with this context in mind, and you know, building new media, doing all this kind of stuff. And I think, you know, Chris Paul talks about informational time travel a lot. What I've started to think about is people that only want to consume Q content, they want to remain in this area where they don't have to think about anything.
As good is abundance and evil is lack. You view things from an evil point of view, living backwards. Obviously, evil is live backwards. You're literally not focused on the abundance and all the great things that you have. So these people are stuck in that state. And when you're stuck in that state, you're constantly, and to use your word or Chris Paul's words, with informational time travel, they're getting to this point, and because they have the ability to time travel, they're just going back to the start. They're literally like, I don't want to go past this point because I don't know what's next, but I know this last 5 years was so good for me and so easy and so whatever, and I know what it was. I'm comfortable here, and they just want to stay in that comfort zone.
Yeah.
I
would just say one thing: the eat the popcorn thing really caused a lot of people to waste a lot of time that they could have been spending growing their capacities. Because, you know, it's like if you've used all of the self contradictions of the system, kind of like all have culminated in this perfect storm of insanity that we've been living through over the past, like, let's say 8 years or so, but really since COVID. And that's been an opportunity for a lot of people to get their heads out of their asses and reevaluate all of the contour of the world that they've been living in a more critical eye. And it's like, if you've now realized that you've been deprived of a real education or real culture to keep you in a slave state mentality, that now's the time for you to grow and to like fight to latch on to gain your rights, to get all the stuff the oligarchies worked so hard to keep you away from, and to grow as a person, develop culture, all of these things. And instead they had this like weird crutch of this mantra of sit back, watch the popcorn, you know, stay within my comfort blanket. And ultimately maybe their opinions became a little bit more in alignment with reality as trivial opinions are concerned, but as qualitative people, like citizens capable of engaging with the process, they wasted that time so much. Now they're kind of like dealing with a crisis that they don't have the capacity to be the person that they now need to, that the stage is calling them to be. Now that we're living in this historic moment, we all have these responsibilities, and they don't have that. They don't know how to swim. They could have been learning how to swim, and they realize they haven't. They've been holding onto their flotation device.
And I think who we're specifically talking about here, because there are were a lot of people who were following Q's drops who what we're talking about over the last 15 minutes definitely don't apply to.
Yeah.
They went out.
I was one of those
They
people.
grew. They,
Yeah.
you know, but we're specifically talking about the people that are like just sucked into those red string decodes and just listening to 8 hours of podcasts a day, saying the same thing over and over again and not going out and growing or doing anything. So anyway, guys, I got a jet because I'm going to go work on a stream, clickbait of the week. So have fun talking about all these fools stuck into the Q nonsense. Appreciate you guys.
Bye, Jordan.
Later, Jordan.
All
Peace.
of you that will be at Plymouth. Can't wait to see y'all in the chat.
there, man.
And take care, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, so I've said, a whole bunch of times, the reason that I stopped thinking that Q was nonsense and stopped just dismissing everybody is because the people that I saw that were engaging with Q were, one, the most civically engaged people that there were in my world, and two, they were finding Jesus. They were, through the Q movement, people were finding Jesus. The part that's blowing, and I don't begrudge anybody that, and I don't think that it, was all fake or QAnon or any of that kind of stuff, right? I understand it. The part that blows my mind and that I find I'm really struggling with is what's the role in the golden age? What's the role in building the golden age, and how are we looking towards that? And I can understand that there's part of it, the mass arrests and all that public stuff hasn't happened. So maybe that's where it's, well, until I can move on to build the golden age, I need that to happen. But the golden age is being built right before our eyes. This is rapidly moving. It's not all being figured out right now. It's obvious that this was determined, right? That the plan was developed. If you look at the tariffs, right?
Yeah.
This is the mainstream message on tariffs is that Trump has no strategy and it's chaotic and it's this and it's that. And that makes zero sense when you look at what's happening. It's obviously a plan, but we should be focused on building the golden age. And that's for all of us. Every single one of us has a role in that, right? Every single one of us has a role locally, statewide, federally, and to keep kind of, I like what, you guys, Kim and Matt, both of you guys were saying about the time travel and kind of back to one and kind of almost caught in a loop, right?
Yeah, and to me, and again, I always try to be really clear because people take you out of context or they misinterpret or whatever, they get emotional. But I am a Q person. Again, my most read article on my Substack is We Are Q, and in that article,
guys,
I still think it holds up in my
little change of plans here, because I'm actually going to be recording an interview in the background while this is live. So I know this is live on Rumble already, but I need to switch you guys over. I'm going to switch you over to the GART Sunday stream from GART Plymouth. And so that is what you guys will be watching. Let me make sure I just get this switched to the right screen. There we go. So for the next, this is about 2 hours or so. And then afterwards, I'll probably come on and chat for a little bit if you guys if there's still people watching. But yeah, this is a GART Sunday, the morning session, 2 panels, and might be a little break in between as well. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy this. This is the content you'll get if you ever come to a GART or get your virtual ticket.
And then get your vocals going. We'll sing the national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? I just want to say, oh, amen, so badly to that. So, if you can remain standing, go ahead. I'll be brief. But if you need to sit down, please feel free to sit down. We talked about Cyrus a couple of mornings ago. And we had discussed that the prophet Isaiah, 150 to 200 years prior to Cyrus's birth, a pagan king in a very little known area, Persia, would be selected by God. He was endowed with certain abilities. He created his kingdom. He subdued and conquered Babylon, which resulted in the release from the lips of Cyrus, the Jews that were held captive, taken when the 10 tribes were taken from Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar. So the Jews had an opportunity to leave. Only 40,000 did. The rest remained in Babylon. But those 40,000 Jews, they built the temple. It prepared the way in many respects to the ministry of the Lord Jesus Christ, his earthly ministry, many years later. You know, I was thinking, you know, we all talk about identity. You know, we still wrestle with our identity. You know, what I'm doing, does it make a difference? Young people, especially middle graders, high school, college, struggling with our identity. And I would submit to you that our true identity needs to be placed in the God of creation. He is the one who provides identity. Jesus himself said in Matthew 16 and verse 26, "What does it profit a man if he should gain the whole world, if one's identity is in stuff? What does it profit a man?" And then there's a haunting question afterwards. Can one purchase their soul back from all the stuff, the shiny stuff? And the answer, of course, is no. I believe that God is providing a way back now. Men and women of faith, you can see it happening. I mentioned the other day, I believe that God is giving us a reprieve. All the noble endeavors of fighting for our sovereignty and our freedom will be for naught unless we surround it and place our identity in the God of creation. Jesus paid the ransom already. And that word ransom is a technical term. It means buying out of the slave market, purchasing freedom for one who was once a slave. I would encourage you guys as we disperse today that you pick up a Bible, begin with the book of John, and start reading through John. See the one who made that purchase and ransomed us. And I just want to read a couple of verses, and this will be our prayer. And if we can stand quietly and reflectively, I'll read out of Psalm 19, verses 7 to 14. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The rules of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, even much fine gold, sweeter than also honey and drippings of the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is your servant warned. In keeping them, there is great reward. Who can discern his errors? Declare me innocent from hidden faults. Keep back your servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me, that I shall be blameless and innocent of great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. Amen to that. You may be seated. Sure. I would have grabbed the podium, but I realized I only had one. I got it.
Good morning, everybody. Is there anybody here just today for the first time? Just two of you. Welcome. Could you guys stand up and tell us a little bit about yourselves? Just kidding. Where is Sue here? You got some New Englanders over here that need to connect with you. Sue, stand up real quick. You got to find her. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, last day of the conference. We have those raffle tickets out there. We're gonna draw before the final panel. So between panels, here's your last opportunity to get those tickets for the giveaway. I've been putting this off as long as I could, letting this guy on stage with just Brian. So Brian, you got a tough task with this one. Come on up, guys.
Brian's got a better calf situation going on than John, so it's going to have require a different angle of attack.
All right. Well, first and foremost, may the fourth be with you all. Yeah, when we got paired together, BB was like, blades or blunts, and I was like, it took me a second to realize what he meant by blunts. And yeah, I was like, definitely blunts. But so we're going to talk about the media and just in general. And, you know, I write for another publication on the side. Burning Bright has, you know, written books in his past. And I think it's very fitting to have, you know, somebody that's written fiction before talking about the media, which writes fiction. So I think that's a pretty good spot to start this off. And I'll let you kind of roll into that.
Yeah. You know, been trying to do these sort of free form. I think they're working well, but our general idea here, it's kind of interesting. I think even John and some of us, the company's called Badlands Media, right? It's got media right in it. Sometimes we feel uncomfortable with that because we're created ourselves to combat the media. But I think it's interesting to discuss what the media means. What was the media? What is the media now? What's the media going to be? You know, everybody's familiar with the refrain from the Drops, we are the news now. And we don't even really like saying that anymore because we're sort of like, man, I don't want people to think of us as the news. But that's an interesting way to start. Yeah, I think I was interested in Brian's kind of journey because I think you've always been a conservative, right? Yeah. I was a liberal, obviously, infamously. But my pathway into questioning the media, I think, was through fiction. It's through, you know, Chris and I talk about all the time. We were both fiction writers. Chris, you know, worked in Hollywood, screenwriting and all that kind of stuff. And I worked in kind of genre fiction. And when you understand story structure and then you start kind of mapping it onto media narrative, right, left, anything in between, you start to realize, hold on, there's a narrative pattern to all these stories. I had said recently, for some reason, one of those shower thoughts hit me. Isn't it funny that we have a term, the news cycle, and it means like Monday through Friday, right? And it's real. Like you go on your Twitter feeds or you go on any media company, and there's a lot of news happening on Monday. Not a lot of news on Friday. I guess like things just stop happening in the world, right? And then it picks back up on Monday. So you could argue that, oh, well, you know, they're just not reporting on the things that are happening, which is true. But I think more so it's one of those many hints that our perception of the world and of our country, of our political landscape is entirely engineered through narrative, and that those narratives are being concocted, not always in coordination, but by a very small number of people at these media nodes that is then disseminated. I think it's a mix of real and fake and everything in between. But, you know, I think I'm interested in Brian in particular, because I think a couple of years ago, you were fancying yourself like a reporter trying to tell the truth through the media. And I think there's been an evolution of the direction that we're going in. And I'm wondering how you've reconciled that of trying to be a reporter, a citizen journalist, but in a media landscape that is almost entirely compromised.
Well, I mean, it's incredibly difficult because there are still very powerful forces that are stacked against us, trying to suppress, you know, not just Badlands, but, you know, I also write for Gateway. So, you know, the Global Engagement Center absolutely decimated, you know, Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, a lot of these conservative outlets absolutely crushed us. And that's why when you go to Breitbart or Gateway, you see the ads that are up there and it's like, what the hell is this ad? You know, it's kind of the stuff, the low key stuff that you're able to get, like the crumbs that Google gives you because, you know, they don't agree with what you're saying most of the time. So I started, that's how I started. You know, I actually did start with narratives because during the Summer of Love, you know, I was just doing a podcast like, hey, don't buy into all this shit. You know, this is not real. This is not happening everywhere. You know, the way the media works, they're able to take one small little section and put that out there in a way that everybody feels like it's happening on every street corner. You know, what was the movie with the journalist, the Civil War movie? Was it called Civil War?
It's called Civil War.
Civil War.
The recent Alex Garland movie.
Yeah, and so, you know, in that movie, one of the scenes, you remember the scene where they go into the store and the store's like normal, and they're like, you guys know there's a war going on, right? And they're like, yeah, that's over there though. You know, that's kind of the way that the Summer of Love was for me. You know, you walk around and it's not happening everywhere. This is not going on everywhere. But if they're able to drum that up, so that's how I got started there. Then, of course, the 2020 election happened, and immediately I was like, okay, something went wrong here. And you know, I remember, I think it was Sean Hannity reposted something that I put up on social media, and I was like, okay, I'm going to dig into this. And so just started reading every single thing I possibly could, started talking about it every way that I possibly could. Of course, immediately got banned, you know, on just about every platform except Rumble. So God bless Rumble for that. But, you know, I think when I realized, you know, when I got the offer to start writing for Gateway, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go beyond just the elections here. That's still my passion. That's still the thing I'm most interested in. But I started writing about other things. And what I think is the best thing about writing for a publication like that, because they all call Gateway conspiracies and right wing and all that other stuff, is calling them out on it. You know, and I tell the story about the election in El Paso County, Colorado, where, you know, they run ballots through the machine and there's a 50% error rate. And, you know, I did my due diligence on this. I talked to the clerk there. I called a whole bunch of people. I think Ash was on the ground. I don't know if she's here, but she was here. Yeah, somewhere over there. But I talked to the people on the ground. I was getting all the stories. I talked to the candidates, everything. USA Today puts out a fact check that this was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be this way and all this other stuff. The fact checker sent me an email asking for comments on my sources and everything else like that for an article they were writing. I sent him like a 5-paragraph like outline on all of that. Never mentioned it. Called my story fake, said I was full of crap. It's fake news. Never mentioned a single thing that I sent them. And instead, like, picked some representative candidate in Chicago to comment on an election in Colorado that's not even a journalist or anything, was just a candidate for office. So to me, that was probably my first experience with how fake and gay the media actually is, when, I gave them good stuff that they could have run with. And instead, they just, this is all fake. Just believe us.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because we used to butt heads about some of this kind of stuff, and Chris is probably the most notorious for talking about everything being fake, et cetera. But I think when you're talking about reporting and citizen journalism, I think it's almost surprising to people that I actually didn't go to school for fiction writing. I went to school for journalism, but then I just wrote fiction because I got disillusioned by the journalism, the whole racket there. But I think I've tried to make this point as often as I can. When you approach the media through the lens of storytelling and narrative, you're not saying everything is fake or that you are asserting everything is fake. Even if you assume that there are facts being disseminated here by good citizen journalists or by the bad guys, one of the terms I use often is narrative intent, because I'm always trying to orient, okay, if we can't really believe anything that's going on from reporters we like, from reporters we don't like, how can we get closer to either not being swept into something like the Summer of Love or to being swept into the right direction toward truth? First principles is the ultimate guide there, but narrative intent is big. And I think, people often, even in the truth, quote unquote, truth community, people use the phrase message over messenger a lot. I actually don't agree with that as much as I used to. I used to really believe in that. Like, you just cut out all the noise, look at what the message is. I think that's useful because the message is going to tell you a lot. But Jeffrey Goldberg came up yesterday, right, about the whole Signalgate fiasco. And Chris had mentioned that he was also behind the suckers and losers sort of psyop and everything, right? So if you were taking the approach of message over messenger, whether you're right, left, or somewhere in between, you would have looked at the Signalgate report with this very earnest, I'm just going to look at the facts, right? Well, you're looking at the facts as presented by a guy who has a history of running confirmed bullshit stories to smear Donald Trump and that whole movement, right? Our whole movement. So understanding the narrative intent of somebody means that you actually are allowed to just dismiss everything that they say from then on. And that's an interesting example too, because just like Brian's saying, from the positive direction, hey, I did all this investigative journalism, I collected all this information, but that people that are brainwashed are going to look at that and go, yeah, well, maybe that information he's presenting is true, but he's probably not presenting me with all this other exculpatory information that would protect the election system, right? So how do you deal with that tension where people that are on our side don't trust the media, they don't trust the facts, and people on the other side don't, and people in the middle just have no idea which direction to go in? I've really gravitated more and more to reversing that core principle that a lot of people here included talk about. I think it's actually more about the messenger. And I don't think it's about trusting the message, like find the messengers that you trust the most. I think it's about trying to understand who the messenger is, right? Like, you guys watch us and you know that each of us has a kind of particular way of looking at things. So some of you gravitate towards certain people, certain media figures. And I think that's the best way to go about it, is to understand, okay, I don't know whether or not this guy, this girl is right or wrong in what they're writing or commentating on, but I know how they think. I'm familiar with their thought process. So it's pretty useful when you kind of assemble a whole tool belt of different voices. And I think conversely, to pass it back to you, in the media, it's all one thing, right? Right and left, we talk about Fox News, if you want to go in that direction. There's really no individual commentators there with different points of view. There's just, this is what these three letters are telling you. And, I think that's something that a lot of people are waking up to.
Well, I mean, even with the left and right, kind of battle that you have between the Fox News and MSNBC, it's like Chris says, good twin, evil twin, or is that you that say that? No, that's Chris. Good twin, evil twin. They're just kind of balancing the light and the dark there. So in a world of, the Jedi on Fox and the Sith over at MSNBC, be an Ahsoka Tano, just kind of sit in the middle, right?
We're gonna get to that at the
got to throw in the Star Wars.
Star Wars intervention. Can constant desperate need of one.
Ahsoka Tano, best Jedi ever. Well, she's no Jedi anymore. But anyways, the Signal Gate thing is fascinating because when that first came out, a lot of us were like, okay, this is bullshit. The suckers and losers guy is, popping something up again. Then he releases the messages, and it's like, okay, good on him. Hat tip to him for doing that. But the narrative in the media was Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth. As soon as I saw it, I said, this is on Waltz, 100% on Mike Waltz. But why would Goldberg run an op on Mike Waltz? They're buddies. At least we think they are. So that was really fascinating. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, it was Mike Waltz all along. We should have never done what we did to Pete Hegseth. But there was some place I was going with that, and I don't remember now.
Well, even that point's an interesting one, and we kind of mentioned it a little bit last night. But again, if you were approaching that story from the start with kind of narrative intent as your guiding point, it doesn't mean that you're going to know what the op is. To your point, right? Like you're like, this seems to be targeting Hegseth. That's a reverse indicator. We often say that I think reverse indicators are easier to spot than active indicators. We're in a clandestine war of sorts, both literally and in the narrative realm. So it's very difficult to know where an op is going, but it's pretty easy these days to spot where there is an op. So to your point on the Goldberg and Signalgate thing, once you saw even Goldberg releasing the list, and you're like, okay, there's actuals here. He's releasing stuff. But if you still have in your mind the previous intention of this storyteller, then there's an op there. And you don't know where it's going, right? Like it took us a while to go, really, until the Waltz thing. That felt like kind of the end of maybe what that op was, and I think probably a failed op, we could say at this point. But if you were guarding yourself that whole time by going, this guy is an operator, he is always pushing a narrative in a certain direction, you'd shield yourself that entire time. And then I think you're more able to pick up that piece. I think our brains are capable of way more than we think. And in this audience, once you start thinking that way, stuff just will pop in, right? Like you haven't even been thinking about Signalgate for a month. And then the Waltz thing gets deployed in WAPO, and it just fits that puzzle piece in and connects and completes the arc of the op that you thought was going on a month ago. And I think every time that happens, it's like you're leveling up in the info war.
So I remember what I was going to say is when that Signal chat came out and they released the images and everything. I mean, great that they released it, but the first question I had is the only indicator that Jeff Goldberg was on that chat was a little JG icon. So the first question I had is, what does JG appear as to the other people in that chat? Is JG appearing as a name that perhaps would be authorized to be on that chat? And that's easy to do. All I do is, if I'm the person that invites them in, I just change the name to whatever the hell I wanted on my phone, and that's how it's going to appear to everybody else. That was my first question. We never got any answers to that, because I find it hard to believe that the Secretary of Defense is on a chat like that and sees Jeff Goldberg and isn't like, who the hell is Jeff Goldberg? But anyways, the same thing happens with elections. When we put out stuff on elections, when we interview experts, when we interview people that have firsthand knowledge on all this, the trusted sources, the media, come out and say, well, that's all been debunked. How's it been debunked? Like Ash says, this is the first time anybody's ever seeing it. How has this been debunked? And to me, that's where we're going. We're getting away from that now. People are massively turning away from the mainstream media. It is absolutely floundering. It's being propped up. Hopefully the NPR and PBS defunding, maybe some of the NGO defunding is going to start scaling back their ability to, pay these hosts. We see people leaving in mass. But that's kind of what I wanted to also get into here is the media right now is changing so faster than any time in history. We go back to, I think it was like 1704, I think, was the first newspaper right here in Boston, the Public Occurrence in 1704. For 200 years, 220 years, we had nothing other than newspaper. Of course, distribution got a little bit easier and everything. But 1920, the radio comes out, right? And somewhere around that time, the radio comes out, CBS, they start, broadcasting on the radio. And then again, for another, 40 or 50 years, it was all the radio. Then TV came out. Well, with internet, cell phones, it's just moving incredibly fast. You see, people like Tucker, Megyn Kelly, all these people that were the mainstream people that we need to listen to, the authoritative voices are now doing the long form podcasting. And I'm wondering, it's only a matter of time before there's some sort of evolution from, podcasting. It's going to turn into something else. Who knows? It's curious where you think that might end up going.
That's a small one. I really like you mentioned that before we got up here, the long form. I think that's a good point because you try to think about, again, Badlands media, right? But what's different about it? I don't trust the Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly sort of deployments. Your point either way is well taken. I think it's that, and I'm not saying I know that they're bad. I just don't trust them. I don't trust a lot of people. If they're good or bad, then they're still telling you, their moves are still telling you, to your point, that the media apparatus has recognized that it is dying. Yeah. And now, if you think Tucker and Megyn Kelly are ultra-based and always have been, then it's still a sign that the media is dying because they're jumping ship and they're going into long-form conversation, right? If they are not on our side, then this would be akin to what I've been calling hibernation theory. That's more about the left wing, but this is more a media evolution. Chris also talks about this a lot, of the idea of sort of reskinning themselves, right? Of like, oh, I used to be a Fox News guy for a long time. My dad was the CIA guy. Remember when Uncle Vlad reminded us all that Tucker wanted to be a CIA operative, but he settled for being the most famous journalist in the world, right? So, I mean, yeah, what a strange guy. You can't trust somebody with that kind of laugh, I don't think. But I think it does get to the point of they have recognized the threat to them. If you're thinking in pure business terms, like Tucker has recognized that sitting on a desk and reading a rant that his writing team wrote, it's astounding to people like Chris and I, again, and Brian, who's worked in media for a long time, that people didn't know that none of what is coming out of Tucker's mouth on Fox is written by him. You can see the credits of the people who write his monologues. Like, man, he's great at delivering them. I mean, he's talented, right? None of those are Tucker's ideas. Those were all being written by a team that he paid personally and brought into Fox, which is why he's a very savvy media guy, because he knew to separate yourself, you've got to seem more authentic. So what do? You hire a bunch of fiction writers to write your speeches for you, much like politicians do. And now he's rebranded into this long form format. And instead of getting bogged down into, can we trust him? Can we not trust him? I think what Brian's surfacing is an interesting indicator of where the media is gone. And I think where it ultimately goes, if you keep pulling that thread and you think, okay, they've now recognized that people want at least the appearance of authentic conversations going back and forth. They are trying to subvert us still, but I'm still very positive and optimistic about where things are going, because I call that the Overton's goalpost move, where they're now trying to mimic you, right? Because they know that that media format isn't going to work. People under 30, under 20 in particular, they think it's weird when you've got people sitting in a desk delivering news to you. Even the way they speak, I've never understood. Maybe there's some like PSYOP person who knows why they talk the way they do, where they do that weird lilting inflection of like, tonight in Afghanistan, we're going to do, there's got to be something to that, right? Like, why do they all talk like that? They figured out that, like, when you're walking through the airport, you're like, oh, tonight at 7 o'clock.
The Walter Cronkites.
Yeah. So they're recognizing
where it is.
They're recognizing that's not going to work anymore. And I think if you follow that to its end state, I think we maybe just get to a point eventually where people just are really comfortable having conversations about important issues, and that will make them much more able to discern when they are observing a long form conversation whether or not there's real ideation going on, or if they're being sold a narrative.
Well, I mean, I think the long form is the direction that it's going to go, at least in the contemporary, hopefully. I would love it to continue this way. I think the Joe Rogan Donald Trump interview, regardless of what you think about Joe Rogan, Donald Trump being able to sit down with Joe Rogan for 2.5 hours and have a conversation with him was the most genuine thing I think we've ever gotten from a politician in the history of politics. And it changed everything. And we were talking about this beforehand. A Democrat can't do that. Most Republicans can't do that. These guys can't sit down and have a genuine conversation with somebody who is not necessarily a full-blown conservative, not necessarily a Democrat, more of a libertarian, middle kind of guy, and just have a general conversation. It makes him real. And when Kamala refused to do it, that just was, to me, that was like the dagger, and that is the direction I think it's going to go. But eventually, so like you were saying, sitting in front of the TV or sitting in front of the camera and just, this is the way it is. Something I've talked about quite a bit here. We are at the point now, and Chris is the one that's full blown on this. I'm more concerned about the future of it. But when you think about like artificial intelligence and you think about, the ability to make videos that look as real as you can imagine. I mean, even video games now are at the point where people have been fooled. What was it? The Ghost of Kiev or whatever, the video game footage that they put out on it. How are you going to be able to discern what's real and what's not in that regard? So at that point, literally everything is fake. And, man, that's just a really scary place to think about when you're moving forward. So good.
I agree that this is a good thing to consider and threat assess, but I have come to feel the total opposite. I used to agree with that, of like, this is a scary direction we're going in. I do think the transition period is going to be very chaotic as people increasingly recognize that they can't recognize what is real and what's not, right? So I understand the threat. I've been making this argument for a couple of months now, but specifically when it comes to things like Grok and ChatGPT and everything, and there's sort of the reaction to that of, man, how long have we been interacting with AI and haven't really known, right? You mentioned actually Google earlier, and I've mentioned this on some anecdotes that in the publishing world, I got blackpilled on algorithms by realizing that bestseller lists, even the real free market of Amazon bestseller list, can be very easily hacked. You can do a certain number of sales on Monday and a certain number on Tuesday and Wednesday. You can literally pay people to buy your books and get them to a certain place on the charts. Amazon will then recommend that book to people thinking that it's called algo hacking. So it's kind of, there's a funny loop going on where human beings are actually hacking algorithms because they're learning how the algorithm works. So that's almost humans being mean to the AI, because the AI is just trying to show people books it wants them to buy. They're like, oh, people really love this stuff. It's like, no, a human convinced the AI. So somebody said that to me here. I don't know if they're still here. It was a great point they said a couple days ago, that they think they've come to believe that, we've thought of Skynet and that's the threat of AI, that eventually AI will be controlling human beings. And they had said something like, that's not the danger. The danger is the human being, which human being is controlling the AI, right? Because they require input. The AI requires input to come up with an output. The reason I spin it positive is I think that anybody who's been messing around with any of these large language models that we've got available to us right now, it's probably in a pretty short span of time started to recognize just sort of how AI says things, how it organizes its thoughts, and you sort of just recognize it really quick now. And it can be really useful, but I think that's why I have a lot of faith that as AI actually gets more publicly integrated into our society, you've got a generation coming up who immediately recognizes what it is. Where before it was publicly consumer facing, we didn't really, it was a conspiracy of how much they were controlling us with AI and algorithms. Now it's like everyone's interacting with it day to day, and I think it makes the human component really stand out that much more. So I think recognizing, you're changing the battle space you're in or winning on the battle space you're in starts with recognizing the battle space you're in. And now I think a lot of people are recognizing how much they're interacting with AI, which is why ultimately I don't think it's going to wield this kind of disproportionate control over people that
or
that
does
we
it
thought.
already?
Well, I think it already did. I think it already did, but I think a lot of people might be finding that out.
When we were in Deadwood, I spoke with General Quast about this exact issue and AI and how we're going to be able to distinguish what's real and what's not. And, you know, perhaps if he musters up, you know, might come and tell us a little bit about that. But one of the doomiest moments for me, and it was hilarious at the time, but thinking about it in hindsight, was on a Liberty Den where we made up a story on, I think it was on ChatGPT. We made up a story about one of the hosts saying, you know, make him a judge in Texas that, you know, cite some cases, tell his whole biography and all this stuff, cite cases, major cases he's worked on, the outcomes, why it was significant and all this stuff. And we get all the way through and you read like 2 paragraphs and you're like, holy shit, you could not tell that this is a fake person. They have his date of birth, his parents, all the way down, and it's all fake. So then we spun it and we're like, hey, make him moonlight as a porn star. Went into that too. And it was just, I think it was something gavel bangers. I think.
You don't need to hear about your past, Brian.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Florida man.
But to me, like, that was one of the moments where it's like, you know, if you don't, and this is where I think citizen journalism is going to be crucial in you know, in the future here. You know, anybody with an iPhone is going to be, you know, essentially sworn in as a journalist, you know, to document this kind of stuff and have more trust in our peers than we do in, you know, the talking heads and the intelligence controlled media apparatus. But I think that's the direction that it's going to end up going, long form. And, you know, you look at Grok, right? Grok AI is almost exclusively posts on X. And that's one of the reasons I don't use Grok for news as much, because you have to go through the post that it cites and actually make sure that this is a legit source and everything, you know, not some bogus crap. But yeah, I'm going off on a rant here, but
a legit fake source though?
Yeah, a legit fake source, or yeah, it's going to be so hard, man.
Yeah. I also think the other point there that I would make as a white pill on that is that recently I've kind of been talking about gamification and rules and everything. We talk about protocols, and yesterday there was a good discussion about you know, jury trial by jury, all that stuff. I was talking about, we focus on the rules a lot, I think. How does the voting system work? How does the election system work? You know, how does law work, et cetera? How does the trial system, the justice system work? And I think we are programmed by the Prussian education system to think of all of these things from a mechanistic standpoint. I kind of mentioned this a little bit a couple days ago, but we're looking at like which laws are the problem here, and which pieces, which rules are the problems when you're looking at election systems, which rules are the problems, and how do we make sure that the votes are real, et cetera. And I think that the better direction to start in is the output. What is the ultimate output, right? For an election, the election is fake. But really, the election being fake is a claim we are making, right? We have to acknowledge that we are making a claim that the election is fake. If you pretend you're talking to a total normie who wants evidence, and I know that there is evidence that elections are fake. I'm just saying, if you start at the end game, I think that the true output is not the claim that an election is fake. It's ultimately bipartisan agreement that there is no trust in the outcome of the election, right? A liberal will acknowledge that there is no trust in the outcome. So this would cue G money, but how do you get trust in outcomes? You have to, all of us have to have full, transparent, verifiable access to the ledger, to, you know, their votes. They have to be able to verify that their vote was counted in the way that that they're told it was. That's just one example. But I think when it comes to media, AI, all this kind of stuff, even if we do go down this kind of Orwellian path where we're increasingly aware that we can't know what is real and what's fake, I could see it being a positive thing for humanity, to your point, where you're saying everybody will start kind of imbuing themselves with their own authority. And isn't that ultimately what we're trying to do? I think that if you're focusing on the output and you're saying, what is this story trying to guide me toward? That's the thing I really try to focus on, instead of figuring out whether or not the story is true. Fictional stories can have huge impacts on people, whether they're honestly fictional or pretending to be real. Real stories can have huge impacts on people. So what are they trying to guide you toward? What is the output that they're trying to guide you toward? And if you don't like that output, then, for example, the Summer of Love you mentioned, what's the output? If you pretend you don't know whether or not the George Floyd thing is real or fake or somewhere in between and all that kind of stuff, right? What is the output they're trying to guide you toward? Believing that the United States and you are inherently racist and bad, and you need to repay, all these debts to JB and, all that, right? And if you don't like the output, then you actually don't have to worry about trying to prove or disprove anything that's going on in the input. You can just ignore all of it, completely all of it, because you're like, yeah, I'm not going there, so I'm just going to ignore all of this.
Yeah, this is a great conversation. And so on your point about AI, the only thing I can offer here is that there's an opportunity to empower everybody in this room, and the whole purpose of Badlands and the purpose for these GARTs in a way that is very real. So as there are experts out there on AI, and in my space company where we use AI in space and terrestrially, the story is really about our power as human beings. You probably underestimate how extraordinary your brain is at intuiting what is right and what is true. And so this conversation about media and journalism is really important, because what age we're moving into is an age where if you all are empowered to build trust between one another physically, where you're with the person, you know them, and you then start building a network. And if that network is empowered with these tools of the age, like our smartphones and AI, and you're willing to actually start interacting with that AI, you're going to be astounded at how quickly you can discover that it's AI, or you can see the patterns. Our spidey senses as human beings and the supercomputer in our heads that God has given us just blows the hell out of the AI. And AI will never be creative. It will never be visionary, and it will never be as intuitive as you. And you talk to any AI expert, they will tell you that. There are plenty of people that worry, though, that if the human race doesn't get involved in this game, that then we could be fooled, and we could be running off a cliff thinking it's going to save us, and it actually kills us. So the empowerment piece here is, in the future, as we try to triangulate truth, you see a story in the media, and then you find somebody in your network, even if it's just through Badlands in California or in Massachusetts, and say, what are you seeing on the ground there? And you know each other, and you can tell. And if you've been interacting with AI, you know whether this is an AI story or not. In fact, there was a student at Stanford when ChatGPT first came out. He wrote an algorithm that you could run anything through it, and it could tell you what percentage of that content was AI generated and what percentage was not. And it only took him about a month and a half or so to write that program. And it's out there now, and now there's many of them. It reveals the fact that this is nothing more than an extension of an algorithm that requires this input. And it is no match for the human brain. And it never will be, ever. So the empowerment here is learn the weapons of the age. And your smartphone, the internet, AI, these are the weapons of our age to make sure we defend ourselves against those who would use them for evil instead of us that use them for good. And do not undervalue the human contact requirement. You need to get to know these people. And then, so let's say something's going on in Kansas. I may not know anybody in Kansas, but I know somebody in Massachusetts that knows somebody in Kansas, and there's a human being behind it. And we can see it's not AI. And now you can start triangulating truth. Here's what the media said. Here's what this network has said. Here's what this network said. The truth is somewhere in the middle, potentially, or it's just with that person I know. So that, for me, that is the reassuring piece. No human being that has a partner in AI ever loses a game, whether it's a game of Go or a game of chess, against only AI. AI is no match for AI coupled with people. And we need to be those people if we want to be the truth tellers. So enjoy and start getting really good at recognizing AI immediately when something is presented to you. You can see the pattern of thought. You can see the trajectory. You are that sophisticated, and your supercomputer brain God has given you is your biggest weapon. The most violent and vicious weapon is right between your ears.
Well said. The only pushback I would have to that, and it's the NPCs, man. They're not going to be that interested. That's the problem, is we got to wake more and more people up as to the manipulation that's been going on for decades now. And NPCs will take that AI and they won't go through it the way that you or I will, or most of you guys will. They won't look at it critically and think about what is actually being said here. Is, you know, call up your friend and say, what's going on the ground? They'll just look at it and say, oh, this is from the Washington Post. This must be true. And they'll believe it. And they'll take that headline and they'll send it out to their friends, and their friends will say, oh, that's must be true. Must be happening. I think we're waking up. I mean, we were talking about this before. The trust in the media is the lowest it's ever been, and that's for a reason. So that's absolutely a positive moving forward. But there's still a large, especially what I do on Badlands with Badlands Daily, there's still a large dependency on the reporting from these entities. Because, I mean, with everything that's being suppressed, like I was talking about earlier, Global Engagement Center, the manipulation of social media and stuff, the shadow banning and all that, it's difficult to have the financial resources to be able to do the type of investigations that some of these organizations do. Most of the stuff that we do is just me, you know, on Why We Vote, it's me and Ash, you know. So we don't have those types of resources. So we're dependent on that. But at the same time, we try and look at that critically. When I'm reading an article, I'm not reading their bullshit that they're feeding to us. I'm just going to the source quotes. I'm seeing what the judge said in this case. I'm seeing what, you know, if I can, I'll read the ruling if they link it, or I'll find it on my own. If it's, you know, less than 10 pages, I can read it in the morning. But you don't get that from the mainstream media. They never source anything. When I write an article, every single claim I make, I link to where I got that source from, like the actual court document, a screenshot with the highlights. They don't do that. And that's the difference. So I hope, General Quas, I think you're right. You know, well, I would assume that you know that you're right on the AI. But being able to distinguish AI, I pray that you know, we get there. I just hope that everybody else wakes up to realize that they're being manipulated by that type of stuff.
I agree with pretty much everything you said, shockingly, but I'm going to pretend that I disagree.
Clip that.
The NPC point, I think, is I think there's a way that you can contradict or reframe everything you just said. Chris and I have talked about this on Story Hour, that I've really started to think of the NPC meme as very literal. And it's funny that you brought that up in the context of AI, because I've really begun to think of people we call NPCs as extensions of AI, and started to really, you know, this came through Story Hour of talking about Terminator and stuff like that. I started really, once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. That wait a second, if I'm thinking that Hollywood's all propaganda, and or it's a lot of propaganda, right? It's trying to steer people in certain directions. Like how many climate catastrophe movies did we get in the 90s and early 2000s, right? And
we had like 3 in 1 month.
Yeah, and then
Armageddon, Deep Impact, and there was one other one.
And then in the 60s and 70s and 80s, we got a lot of Cold War, like Russia, the Russians, all the James Bond movies. Like it's always the Soviets or something like that. So then I started thinking, well, you know, every instance of sci-fi genre fiction, there's a genre called post-apocalyptic sci-fi that is it's most sci-fi, right? Like, when's the last movie you saw about a utopia? Like, they don't exist. Utopia movies always start as utopia movies that devolve into dystopias, right? Like Tomorrowland. It's like, oh, look how great. Yeah, the Truman Show. Like, oh, look how great this is. It's almost too great. And then they're like, yeah, that's because the machines are going to get you. And it's interesting because I think sometimes the programming is so baked in that we don't realize that we have, to the general's point, we have this assumption that the AI is bad. It's going to lead us to something bad. But how often do we really dig down and go, well, why do I believe this? Do I have any direct experience that this is going to be the case with this technology? Or am I repeating it's going to be Skynet because I've watched Terminator and because I've watched iRobot and I've read Isaac Asimov and The Foundation and that, right? Like every piece of science fiction ever written that gets massively boosted and popular and multi-hundreds of $1 million franchises. They don't pick, even for the younger generation now, they've got that stupid young adult craze of horribly written trash, Divergent and Allegiant and The Hunger Games and all this, right? Like, what is it? Dystopia, 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 dystopia. Like, technology is bad. It's going to get you. It's interesting when we can kind of be Luddites. We have this because we like real things and real people and real connections, but it can actually make us, I think, fear the very technologies that if we actually pay attention to the messaging, it looks like the system is pretty afraid of a lot of these technologies. Like they do not want us all on our phones talking to each other, even though there is programming there. Social media is programmed. It's all true. And it actually queues up. I had just written down one quote from, speaking of trust in the media, you mentioned, this is from February, but the Gallup polls, just take it for what it is. 31% of respondents in Gallup's latest survey said they trust the mainstream media. So what was more interesting to me says, according to their own metrics, so at least it's consistent within their story, Gallup began tracking views of the news media in the 1970s when attitudes were overwhelmingly positive, and only 6% said they didn't trust the news at all. Nearly 70% in the initial survey said they had a great deal or a fair amount of trust. Then the kicker, they say, the numbers have dramatically tumbled in the decades since and continue to decline after a brief uptick in 2017 and 18, which I want to discuss, which I think I didn't know that, and that's interesting. But then they say a trend Gallup notes has been most visible among younger adults, and particularly since the growth of the internet, social media, and alternative sources of information. So our underlying premise of technology making it easier for them to control us, we might see examples that happens, but I think it's confirmation bias because, when there was only 4 channels and everyone's getting their news from the TV, they didn't know that they were brainwashed. Where now, ironically, there are NPCs, there are people controlled by social media, but they're admitting themselves that the more technology there is, the more social media there is, the less people are trusting news. And, it's almost this weird white pill wrapped in a black pill where I think the younger generations, people will, even at these conferences, will sometimes say like, man, young people don't trust anything now. Like it's a bad thing. But isn't that a bit of maybe we got to invert that and say they're inundated with so much information and so much of it is bullshit. And guess what? They don't know which of it's bullshit and which is not. But I think it's better to not trust everything that you're being fed than to blindly trust everything you're being fed. And we often hear from older generations too, like back when the media was telling the truth. And it's like, you mean back when the central narrative was being disseminated by Walter Cronkite, and like one guy was telling you what you're really saying is the lie I was being told was very consistent and made me feel really good. And now there's lots of lies. So
sovereignty over journalism.
Trust the plan, man.
How many people actually got that? You guys all see the Kentucky Derby? Sandman number 17. Come on. To your point, I never in a million years thought that I'd be sitting up here and Burning Bright would be the one reading a Gallup poll, but oh, how the tides have changed. I was just about to say something that was going to be really good, and I just forgot about it. You want to talk about Donald Trump? Yeah. Oh, you know what I wanted to? I just wanted to bring this up real quick. You were talking about Hollywood, and I watched the Catherine Austin Fitts interview. I thought it was pretty good. And dude, she brings up the $21 trillion and talking about the narrative that's been going on in Hollywood We got Leave the World Behind, Civil War. Then we got 0 Day, which, despite it being De Niro, was actually really good. But then there's 2 shows that we've been watching that just smack off that Catherine Austin Fitts interview. And it's a show called Paradise. And what was the one about when they go down? Severance. Watching those 2 shows. And I might talk about that on I don't want to do it here because it's spoiler alert, and I want to give you guys that. So, all right, so let's get into what you were talking about, the spike decrease after 2017, 2018. What do you think that caused that?
Well, that was fascinating to me because, we were going to mention Trump as, if you're looking for a catalyst of this acceleration in distrust of the media, he certainly helped it. We all would assume that that's correct. I thought it was really fascinating that they're saying that trust in media spiked up in 17 and 18, but then they have a chart that, I'm not going to spend the time pulling it up here, but you can look at the spike, 17 and 18, and then the crash in 1920 and beyond is far below the previous
1920
threshold.
2020.
2020, yeah. 2019 and 2020. But I thought that was interesting, and I think it's part of that Trump game theory where it's the laser pointer, right? Where ironically, him coming in and taking a sledgehammer to the media by just calling them fake, like that's a huge claim, right? But he knew it was true, and he just needs to give it time. But initially, I've said this in my writing for a long time, in order to deprogram people, deprogram these NPCs, you need them engaged in the story. In order for anybody to get anything out of a story, they need to be engaged in it. And Trump engaged everyone in the story, right? So I think that spike in trust in the media is ironic, and it's representative of the trap that the media fell into of all assets deployed, right? He called us fake. We're going to be more fake than we've ever been before. Like they've never seen us be this fake. And everyone bought in at first, or a lot of normies. And then because they were so engaged in the media, they started to see the contradictions. And I think that was a trap in hindsight, that it helped them go the other way.
So around that time frame, we have Hillary Clinton refusing to concede the election, saying, you can win whatever. Russiagate running full steam. All the juicy details about the PP tapes and everything else coming out around that time. Did you ever think that maybe Gallup poll said that trust in the media was up so that people looked at all this stuff and actually bought into it and said, everybody believes this. I should believe Russia hoax is real too. There's still people to this day that believe Russiagate, that believe that hoax. There are people that will only go, and I'm going to give an example here, and I've given this before and to my wife. I apologize, but I sent my father-in-law one time. I sent him a video of a press conference during COVID of a $1 billion life insurance company, the CEO saying we are witnessing I think it was like a Sigma 3 or Sigma 6 level increase in deaths among 18 to 40-year-old, 18 to 50, something like that, working class young people. He said this is a 1 in 2,000 or 200-year event. We've never seen this before. So I sent him that clip. And I said, what do you think is the cause of this? I mean, just use your head, right? This is right after the vaccine rollout. I've had Columbia professors on my show talking about this. And he says, well, I'm not seeing it reported on any of the mainstream outlets. And I'm like, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because as soon as CNN cuts to commercial, have you gotten your COVID-19 booster shot today? Make sure you get out there and protect your grandma and your loved ones. But that's the kind of brainwash that, and my father-in-law is an incredibly intelligent person. He is incredibly intelligent. Just absolutely brainwashed when it comes to that kind of thing. He thinks his intelligence. What's the Mark Twain quote? If you read the news, if you don't read the news, you're not informed. If you read the news, you're misinformed. There it is.
Yeah, it's a great point on the Gallup poll too. That's why you've got to look at it as a narrative deployment. And yeah, I mean, it could be entirely fake data. They're telling the story that trust in the media is at an all-time high. This is actually why I always end up going in this direction, but the sort of Con Inc. brigade, and I've referred to them as the wolves among us for some time. I wrote an article with that title in November 2022 when I felt that we saw an activation. And that timeline's interesting too, because when you look at, let's assume that there wasn't actually a genuine spike in media trust, to your point, in 17 and 18. What we saw was the attempt to manufacture the belief that the media was telling the truth. Obviously, that ran out of steam really quick. So that's why we're always trying, if you're threat assessing, and General Quast has talked about this quite a bit, and Oak has talked about this on my show a few weeks ago. You're threat assessing, and you're only focusing on the current battle space or the past. I think it's important to learn from history, right? But even we get a little trapped in that of constantly looking backwards and being like, we're gonna watch the mainstream media and what they're gonna do next. I think the reason a lot of us are really calibrated toward venturing out there and sometimes pissing people off because we're looking for threats. And in the media battle space, what's the threat? It's people trying to manufacture new consensus. So when we saw people like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and the new independent media, multi-hundreds of millions of dollar independent media that were never banned from any social media platforms, and we're told, I think Chris mentioned this, I forget which outlet, but maybe it's the New York Times, we're literally told, like, these are the threats, these are the journalists we don't want you reading. And it was all like the biggest YouTubers in the world, right? Making untold sums of money while saying that they were censored the whole time. In 2022, in November, they really pulled the mask off. And it felt, at the time, I thought, speaking of Donald Trump, that it's another, what he was changing the targeting system from the mainstream media to them, I believe, with his announcement for candidacy for 2024. Remember at the time, they said it was too early. That was like it's too early. And then why was it too early? Because then 2 months later, the DeSantis op goes hot, right? So what did Trump do? He front ran the DeSantis op and he provoked the reaction from Shapiro and all those people and Cernovich and all those guys, right? He got them out of the foxholes when they were supposed to stay in the foxholes because you're not supposed to announce your candidacy until 18 months before or whatever, right? So Ron was going to announce 2 years early, and then it would look like Trump was affecting unity if he came in and went against DeSantis. But instead, he rug pulled the DeSantis op and all the people paid by the DeSantis campaign to promote him. So then DeSantis was the one that came in and kind of crashed unity. And this is why we're so adamant on that kind of stuff of saying like, oh, well, Shapiro's saying some good stuff now, or like this guy's saying some good stuff now. It's like, yeah, that's because they retreated back into the foxhole. They're like, oh, not now, not now, guys. But now everybody saw you. Like we all saw what you did. So, and we try to look at that in all sorts of levels. Social media accounts, Ian Carroll's the newest one. Like, he's even got long hair, man. Like, you can trust him. He kind of looks like a hippie.
Handlebar mustache.
Came out with 800 billion views on TikTok and starts talking about all these super base and red pill things. And then you're like, all right, let me keep an eye on this guy. It looks like he came out of nowhere and has a massive following. It's never been censored. So, but seems to be saying some true stuff. And then he's like, Trump did fly on Epstein's plane. You go, gotcha, bitch, right? So I think these are the ways I think Trump has kind of taught a lot of us to provoke the very reactions, which you'll see us do on Badlands a lot. We provoke the reactions, and then our stream last night gets 1,500 downvotes in 20 minutes. Weird, so weird, right? Really, must have been our worst show of all time. But anyway.
Question and then closing thoughts after this.
Why does Trump continue to give what we believe illegitimate media sources that FaceTime then? Is it always to just expose their ridiculousness, or is there more to it?
Yeah, but they still have the biggest platforms, and he's a transactional guy, and he's going to go with whatever's going to get him the most bang for the buck. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. He during his campaign, he was pretty free about getting to some platforms that people were like, why are you on this platform? Like, that's really strange. And he used that, he went after a bunch of YouTubers that aren't even political people. And that got to a lot of young people that otherwise would not have been engaged. And when you do that long form with a young person and you're genuine with that person, you you can turn the tides on a whole generation. And he's done that. For the first time ever, 18 to 24-year-olds are more conservative, for the first time in my lifetime, are more conservative than they are liberal. That is unbelievable. And a lot of that had to do with the 2024 election and Trump being able to engage with those people by having, what was the guy with the mullet and the wears the goofy glasses and was talking about cocaine and Theo Von.
Yeah.
You know, that's a huge, when that comes out, and I'm talking to my sister who's 17, my brother who's 23, and they watch that, and I'm like, wow, you guys engage in that? And they're like, yeah, all of our friends watched it. It was great. That's what he did. He's a transactional guy. He's going to do whatever's going to get him over the hill.
He also understands, to your point, the value of entertainment.
Yes.
And what is entertainment? It's narrative.
Yes.
One of the reasons I probably subconsciously gave him a shot as a liberal, or at least listened to what he was saying, is because I was a big combat sports guy, and he was hilarious. He would always show up at the events. He saved the UFC, and that was my whole career was in combat sports. So like he did a big service for combat sports in North America. But just his interviews, like he'd come to the fights, he knows nothing about fighting, right? Like he'll be like, yeah, like Anderson Couture or something. We're like, okay, I like that you're trying, but stop trying to give your opinion on the fights. But it was charming. Like he was there. He likes the guys. You get along with them. You see it at the UFC events, right? Where even that little microcosms like that. It's not about that Trump's at the UFC event. It's not about that the MAGA Avengers are at the UFC events. It's about that, there was a pay-per-view like 8 months ago or something like this. I think it was before the election. And it just so happened that the whole main card was like all foreigners and minorities. And like Israel Adesanya, I think, was in the main event. He's a Nigerian Australian, like born and raised in Australia, but he's Nigerian. Wins the title, jumps over the cage to like bow down to Donald Trump. And to your point, I'm just saying that it's not just the podcasters and everything. This whole thing, when people see that, you got all these Israel Adesanya fans there going like, that is a paradigm shattering clip. Because you've got this black guy who's a foreigner, who's an alpha male, like everyone knows he is, and he's basically paying fealty to Trump, but not in a submissive way. Like that's a guy who doesn't submit. It's a respect thing. And you had like a Russian in the co-main event. You had Khabib Nurmagomedov was in the crowd at that event, and he comes up to him and shakes his hand, and he's like, I think you should really be more friendly toward Russia, but he's talking to the most famous Russian fighter. And I think that he's always understood, this will be my closing thoughts, I'll pass it to you, but he's always understood the power of narrative and the power of storytelling. And to your question, I think he's also allowing the other side to expose themselves as well, because I'll use Putin instead of Trump. How many people knew that Tucker was a CIA asset before Vladimir Putin just told you? And how did he tell you? He trapped Tucker there. Like you guarantee you Tucker Carlson wasn't given free reign to edit that interview. You don't sit down with Uncle Vlad and unless he says like you're gonna air the whole thing, right? So I'm just gonna let everybody know that you work for the CIA, and then we'll have a nice little conversation about Russian history. And I think Trump does that with a lot of people, where the more gotcha they start to try to trap him. People, even like, young people, they get annoyed by it, where they're like, what are you doing? Just have a conversation. Stop trying to get him on something. So, anywhere he goes, he wins because he's hilarious. He's awesome. And turns out he tells the truth.
So, yeah. I'm going to take a different direction for my closing thought here. And, kind of where we started with this conversation is where the media is going, where it's at right now and where it's going. And like General Quast was saying, every single person out here with an iPhone is the media now. When we do our live streams, you guys might not understand. I think you do. We watch the chat. Like we are actively monitoring the chat. And so there's a lot of times when something will come up, especially on daily, and I'm like, I don't know what this is about. And so I'll say, if anybody in the chat knows about this, they put it out there. We never had that interaction before. When I'm on Rumble and there's 5, 6, 7,000 people watching, somebody out there is going to know about something better than I do, and I'm able to admit that I don't know anything. In fact, I know nothing. I'm able to reach out to somebody and say, hey, can somebody clarify exactly what this means? And boom, there we have it. Within 2 or 3 minutes, we have an explanation. We never had that before. You never had that on Fox News, MSNBC, any of those bullshit networks. And so I think this is a really positive thing that the live streaming is able to, bring to the table in terms of how we get our news. And again, like I said, you guys with the cell phones, just being able to connect with one another and reach out and verify things, critically think when you're reading something and say, why is this happening? Why is this what they're putting out there? Can I verify that any of this is authentic? And yeah, we are. I hate saying it because I think it's lame too, but we are the news now. So,
and the news is fake. So are we.
Like I said, it's fiction.
Good job, guys. We're going to take a quick break. Remember, raffle tickets are on sale, and we're going to draw right before this next panel. So let's come back here in, I don't know, like 8 to 10 minutes-ish. Okay, get on up here. Final panel. Jordan, JB, Alpha. Have fun, guys. Where's Cam? Bad taste for the new guy to be late, bro.
He's just representing the colored people of the world.
Hold on. No. We can't do this. No, man.
Mexicano.
We're going in order.
All right. As the resident DEI hire on this panel, I'll start. We're going to speak for a few minutes, but then we want a lot of Q&A during this panel as well. So if you have any questions you want to ask about health, fitness, what RFK Jr. is doing, the Greater Maha Agenda, whatever it is, Zach's over there with the microphone. So you can, when we get to the Q&A portion, you can bring your questions up. In terms of Maha, I want to speak first about RFK. I've had some questions this weekend and get a lot of questions in general about, is RFK a good guy? Is what he's doing good? What's your thoughts on him? A lot of people are on the fence. Why? So I wrote a Substack article about this last night, and about a month ago, Ian Carroll and Candace Owens mainly came out with these claims that RFK Jr. had Israel had blackmail material on RFK Jr. and RFK Jr. isn't going to be able to do what he wants and all this sort of stuff. Well, those claims were much of which based on hearsay. I never actually saw evidence that they claimed they had seen about RFK Jr. And in seeing what RFK Jr. has done over the last 2 months, and I mean, in my Substack article, I listed every single thing RFK Jr. has done. And listing it off the top of my head, there was RFK suggesting the CDC stop recommending fluoride, banning the food dyes, researching into baby formulas, Operation Stork Speed. Just the other day, RFK was on Dr. Phil talking about investigating geoengineering. I've never heard a politician ever even mention geoengineering as a possibility, let alone being a bad thing for humans. And then at Trump's cabinet meeting the other day, RFK was talking about Biden's HHS facilitating child trafficking and mentioned the 300,000 children that went missing during Biden's 4 years. There was RFK redoing the food pyramid, redoing the GRAS guidelines, generally recognized as safe food additive guidelines, which is huge because a lot of companies can basically take a food additive, do their own investigation on the food additive and clear it, and then just put that in the food. And there's other things that's done, of course, the investigation into the causes of autism. Holy crap. Never heard a politician even dare really get into that as well. So it's almost one huge bombshell a week RFK Jr. has been doing. He's only been in there just under 3 months, and I just listed 8 to 10 things that RFK Jr. has already been doing. So when I see what he is doing, I mean, he's kicking Big Pharma's ass. RFK is. So I think that smear campaign that came out about a month ago, that really makes me question what the agenda of the people are that were promoting that smear campaign. I think RFK Jr. is kicking ass. There is one thing I would like RFK Jr. to get into, and that is speaking about genetic engineering of crops and big ag, because big ag and big pharma go hand in hand. But granted, that's going to be a very tight rope for RFK and Trump to walk because a lot of farmers are under the thumb of these biotech corporations, the Monsantos and Syngentas of the world. And these farmers are conservative Trump voters that are just kind of screwed into the big ag system. So that's going to be a really tight rope for RFK Jr. and Trump to walk. But that's just the one last thing, I guess, that I would like to see RFK Jr. get into, but I understand it's going to take some time to do that. But so far, I think the Maha agenda is absolutely kicking butt. RFK is coming out about all these issues that for years, it's kind of funny how it used to be the liberals that were the anti-vaxxers and the homesteaders, anti-pharma, and then the way the media works, that's just switched the past 5 years. Now it's all the right-wing crazy people drinking the raw milk. So raw milk, love it. So he's kicking butt the way I see it, and I'm super excited with how just simply the act of Trump and RFK teaming up and that handshake on the Arizona stage, that was such a huge moment. That was such a massive moment. There's so many moderate libertarian, moderate liberal people that decided to come into the MAGA camp simply because RFK teamed up with Trump. Such a massive moment. And the awareness that's spreading about so many of these issues simply because of RFK being in that position as director of HHS and being able to speak to tens or hundreds of millions of people about these things. It's the awareness that's increasing about all these things, about the food dyes, about geoengineering. It's incredible to see. So I'm excited, and I don't buy into the smear campaigns about RFK Jr.
Yeah, RFK Jr. is a beast. For those that are at home watching, do not adjust the brightness on your screens. It's designed this way. I had to.
I love it. I love it.
You know, when we talk about make America healthy again, and you can't have a strong nation with a population that's weak-minded, it's sick, and just not physically strong. And so, you know, if we want to be patriotic, we got to be mentally strong. We can't be sick, and we definitely got to be physically strong. So I would love to have that conversation amongst us today. And this goes back into the conversation we had, you know, yesterday. You know, social media is this battlefield, and I think the mental strength is something that we need to talk about too, because I see a lot of people having the conversations where it's like, man, I just feel depressed. You know, I'm sad, and all this engineered narrative is destroying people's mental wellness. And so the way I'm trying to thread the needles, if sometimes you got to step away, you got to take a break, you got to, you know, recalibrate yourself, make sure your azimuth's in the right direction. But at the same time, you know, we can't completely abandon the social battlefield right now, because that's what they want. You know, part of, you know, degrading your mental fitness is to make you just quit. They want to make you quit. And so we got to find the balance of How do I keep myself mentally strong? How do I keep myself physically strong? So this way I can be in this battle that's on this digital battlefield. So, you know, I would like to have that conversation with you fellas as well.
Real quick, Alpha, you said asthma? What's the azimuth? What is that? Will you describe it to the people?
So on a compass, there's all these degrees where you're going, and you have an azimuth of where you're supposed to go. And sometimes as you look at it and you're like, this is the azimuth that I set for myself, but ego, motive, distractions start to put you off in a different direction. And it's easy for us when things are going bad to be like, oh, I need to get myself back on path. But even when things are going good, you have to say, hey, am I still on the original mission I had? Is my azimuth still where I wanted it to be? Or have I gone off in a different direction? And if you have, you got to identify why. And then you got to make sure you get back into the original direction you wanted to go.
Thank you, sir. And just to add to that, I've told plenty of you that I'm in the process of getting my private pilot's license. It's taken longer than I expected, but I'm learning a lot from it. And one of the things with flying, especially a little Cessna, is the wind correction and the direction that not the direction, but the pitch. You said it's the azimuth. So for us, it's your heading, right? My heading can be set to west. I'm trying to go west, but if the wind's blowing me off, I have to set my heading a little bit over to the side. But it's a constant correction and recorrection, and you're constantly moving things. And it's the slightest bit, because if you do in a plane, if you turn the yoke this way a little bit, you're going to start going like 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, and it just keeps going, and you have to correct yourself back. So the littlest adjustments left or right determine so much for where you're going. And I feel like what Alpha said is very important, because what we do is we'll take the big picture in of health. We know that most of us don't want to be overweight. We want to have a good heart rate. We want moderate blood pressure, certain things like that. But what are the little steps to get there? So I hope we give you guys at least some ways to go, or places to go research, or things to go research, but at least the idea that whatever I'm doing, at least a little bit one way or the other to correct things for me, for my health, either mental, physical, or I think the most important, spiritual, which is the big one. Whatever we can do to do that, to correct it, or to make it more pure, it's going to benefit us. It's not going to harm you. So just take little steps. And the last thing I'll say is when I had gotten overweight, not playing as much, I hated running. My knees hurt, my legs hurt. And the first thing I did was, for like a year, I just got up every day and I walked a mile. And the first day it was like, I just went slow, I think at the time I was listening to X22 Report. And as I got faster and faster, it's funny, like that's when I started to find people like this guy, and find people like, or refine people like him and Zach, and then found John and found Devolution and all this stuff. So like, as I was getting more healthy physically, just little steps, walking every day, my mind got better. I started cutting out the Charlie Wards of the world, and those type of people. Is it Mel K or Mel Q? Which one's Jordan? I'm talking to you. Which one's the shill? K? Q. Mel Q. Yeah, okay. Mel K's she's based, I believe, but Mel Q, yeah. So those two, they used to call out Jordan all the time. And as I started moving my body, working on my spirit and working on my mind, I was able to develop discernment. It got a lot easier to maneuver through all the bullshit, to be honest. So just take little steps.
Bro, I gotta say, when you were discussing azimuth, General Quast had the most interesting smile on his face. And it was a beautiful thing to see. I want to, in the vein of, walking humbly with God Almighty, I try to say, we got to think about contrary positions and thinking about them that might run contrary to what we are thinking right now in terms of our bias. And I'm thinking about, Jordan talked about big ag. I have a friend who is a farmer of a nice spread of land in Oregon. And I worked with him in Haiti on this effort we were making to try and help Haiti feed itself, right? And the whole question of GMO was really rampant. I'd sometimes ask him questions, and he said to me, and I think we need to be cognizant of this, it's a little more complicated than you might think. And so that is going to be a worthy discussion going down the road. I love what RFK Jr. is doing, and the fact that the question is now central before the nation alone is a good thing. But we do have to think, when we have this GMO discussion, we got to be open and honest about what is what and how this moves forward and how it applies around the globe. Because I think it's a little bit more complicated than people might think. So, but I also want to say, I wonder, you know, I have confirmation bias like crazy. I'm still thinking about yesterday and the whole niggers and crackers and niggers. But I said, because I thought about, you know,
we're just going to leave out beaners. Racist.
Was that a hard R?
I think it's beaner.
But I thought about doing a skit, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I may just save it for my show. But I was thinking about Susie Wiles and me calling Susie Wiles Florida boy to Florida girl and trying to convince her to talk to 47 about considering having a week of nigger and crackers and niggers where
you're talking like a verbal purge.
I'm just saying, you want to talk. Look, Donald Trump is the disruptor in chief, and we have desperately needed him in that role. Now, you want to talk about mental health, and you want to talk about Black people, and I think even white people. I have pushed at different times to say to a white co-host, say the word.
Give me the pass, bro.
They will
Give me the
not.
pass.
They will not. It's that ingrained, and I think it's a mental health issue. I don't think y'all see it, but I think it is a mental health issue, and it is something we're going to need to consider. I jokingly talk about it, but I think it is more serious than we might think.
I'm going to piggyback that. And I do think it's a mental health issue, because what it stems from is a fear. It's a fear of not being called a racist, but becoming racist. Like, people are afraid to say that word because they know its roots. But what they don't know is that, at least from what I learned, and you can tell me differently, niggerish is to act ignorantly. I believe it's in the dictionary. I could be wrong, so don't take my word for it. But if that's the case, that word is it's not talking about a specific person based on their race. It's talking about their actions. So if you start at the root right there, you say, okay, well, it's just a word, obviously, and that word was taken. It's like the word Nazi. I'm not sure everything about the word Nazi, but that word is used as a slur. Beaner. Well, cracker is a little different, but cracker. There's all kinds of ones. What's honky's one of them. There's plenty of them. But the thing is, when those words have power over you, so for JB and myself, when we get upset with a white person saying that, that's us living in a fear vibration. We're thinking about, we're angry, we're combative, but there's also the times where you're like, "What's up, my nigga?" And you're just like, "Wow, that was real smooth." Like, it's just a term of endearment, and it's all based on your intentions. And I think what JB is trying to do, or not trying to do, but what he's doing is letting people know that they have power over us when they tell us we can't say words. Like, Jordan was obviously joking, saying, "Give me the pass." You're a grown man. You shouldn't have to have a pass. You should be able to say whatever you want, but you have to stand behind your convictions.
And this is the thing that I thought y'all got yesterday when I said it's a word, and we got to stand on that. We got to recognize that, and we never let anybody get away from that. So, okay, bruh man made the point, niggerish. Okay, I like to talk to people sometimes because I was a fan of Mama Grizzly, Sarah Palin. Okay. And what they did to Sarah Palin is they niggerized her. So do you see the difference? He says niggerish, and I say niggerized. Okay, it's not about a color thing. This is something that is communicating in an American kind of way, and you know immediately what it is. But the thing about a word is it can be used in so many different ways, and it's not just nigger that can be used in so many different ways. We've got to understand that, and we got to move on that, And this is why I'm joking about Donald Trump as disruptor in chief having a week where we flip it, but it's not just flipping it. It is in the spirit of Rush Limbaugh. Any known caller or subject where it's white people, he's referring to them as niggers, but it's not just that. Any non-black person, right? You're referring to them as nigger. Black people, you're referring to as cracker for the week. Look at that, cracker.
I see you.
But do you see how we could play with it for a week as something of an exercise? I try to say to people, one of the things I love about Trump, Team Trump, they have been training us since he came down that elevator on something of a civics lesson and forcing you as a citizen to understand not your rights, your responsibilities. This is General Flynn talking about local action. Get up off of your ass because we are in a war and it is important that we win this war. And this nigger, cracker niggers, I think is something that people would not consider and really think about it. And so I'm putting it forward because y'all are force multipliers. And we have to have force multipliers in this war in the local community. And it isn't that you have to go out there and engage this and do it, but maybe it becomes a conversation piece. Maybe you talk about it. Maybe you stir the waters. And this is one way to force the population to start stirring the waters, perhaps not in this way, but you are stirring the water. And that's what we got to have. All right?
Now, now that we've solved racism for a third time this weekend, the only way I'll piggyback in transition is that's mental health. It's a mental health issue. It's everything we were talking about. We went off, we joked and everything. But when people have something holding them back from being able to express themselves, and to me, it's a facade, it keeps us from being able to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. And to tie it back into anything that you guys want to talk about next, I would say that my physical health, just in general, was better when I stopped letting people's opinions of me control how I act. Because if someone calls you fat, you're probably not going to go exercise. You're probably going to either go eat or you're going to starve yourself because it hurts. But if you get mentally strong, someone says, oh, you're overweight. You go look and you're like, no, I'm not. Or you're like, I may not be overweight, but I do need to work on my heart. And then you end up getting in shape. And the next time they see you, they're like, man, I'm mad. That guy looks good now because I still am fat. But at that point, it's not about them. It's about you. So.
You guys solved the white-black problem.
Oh, my bad. I forgot we left you out.
Completely left out brown and yellow people and all that, but for Gart continued. You know, but a lot of stuff you guys are talking about, all of this stuff, I think, starts with one thing: discipline. You gotta have discipline as one of the foundational things of who you are. You know, do I respond to this message because they tagged at me, whether it was a racial thing or a political thing, or do I have the discipline to say, is the work ethic or the energy, because we've had that conversation a lot this week, is the energy that I'm going to put into this, is it worth it, or am I just looking for immediate gratification because I saw something that was designed to trigger me, it triggered me, but I want to show them that I could do it back. You know, what are you accomplishing out of that? So I think discipline's a big thing. You guys know I've been doing the cold plunges, very, very cold plunges.
Lukewarm.
Being out in the cold with your clothes on is not the same to being almost.
Just because Mexican water is 100 degrees and you're in 55 doesn't make it cold.
At least we're not afraid of the water.
Hey,
So-
man, I can swim forward and backwards and under the water.
Low blow. Low blow, low blow, low blow. And yes, I am scared of that damn water.
We didn't start the week yet. My apologies. I got ahead of Trump. So, but one of the things that I learned, and I think it's Andrew Huberman that talks about this in this experience, is when they were studying the brains of a lot of people that died, that lived like beyond 100 in a specific group. There's this, and I forget what it's called. Somebody can look it up. But there's this part in our brain. It's almost dead center. It's towards the front. It's like around the frontal cortex area. But what they saw in a lot of people that lived beyond the age of 100, that was a very large part in their brain as opposed to people that didn't. And what they started to say, and I think they call it like where the will to survive comes from, or your will is. But as you start to do things you don't want to do, and you start to beat that, and you have the discipline to be like, I know this is gonna hurt. I know not having that donut as I'm walking through the kitchen at night, I know it's not gonna be healthy for me. The more and more you do this, you actually start to grow whatever that little muscle thing that's in there is. Is it the amygdala? It might be, because I've watched a lot of videos and the amygdala keeps getting brought up, and it's up there somewhere. It's in here, right? And it's probably bigger in men than it is in women, but that's another conversation too. But just making sure you guys are awake. It's Sunday.
Alpha being alpha.
Where's Ash?
But the point I'll make it here to give it over to you, Jordan, is it's that discipline, because the other thing they saw was it can also start to shrink. So as you start to abandon that discipline, that also gets smaller. So we have to understand that this is a constant thing. So for the cold plunges, when I realized this was going on, is our bodies, you know, to what the general was saying, our bodies are amazing to acclimate to pain. Like our creator, God designed us perfectly. And so what I realized is, okay, I got to constantly have a temperature change. So this way I'm not getting used to that one temperature, because if I start getting used to it, that dynamic effect that I want for that part of my brain is not going to be as pronounced. And so that's one of the things that I did. So I would say, look at how you start your day. You know, are you starting it spiritually? Are you having a conversation? Are you having a prayer with your creator? And then what kind of stuff are you putting in your brain to start off that day? Are you immediately going to social media, which you know is going to be rampant with badness? Or are you going to go and, you know, a digital platform and listen to, you know, 15, 20 minutes of some motivational content, some stuff that's going to boost your self-esteem, boost, you know, that like, I just want to go and conquer the world. Because if you start the day that way, you're setting yourself up to have that mental health to be successful. So I would say most important thing is how are you starting your day, and then just discipline.
I think we got some questions that are coming in now.
Yes, we have several questions, but as soon as Cam suggested a fact check in the interest of academic rigor, I felt compelled to oblige. So, niggardly is a 16th century adjective.
That was the word. That was the word, niggardly.
It actually means ungenerous or stingy. It has no connection to the common modern usage, but the word you suggested is in the Collins English Dictionary, and it definitely is a racial epithet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Niggerish.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, anyways, I'm so glad everybody's here. My question to you guys was, on Friday, Cameron was talking about breaking free of the matrix and not being able to do that all in one like fall swoop, right? With the Maha movement, obviously we want to be eating clean, we want to be, you know, exercising, doing all of these things, and basically trying to rid ourselves of all of the poison that they're pumping us with. With that being said, what would be the first thing you would suggest people to look into or to like start cutting out? Would it be like the water? Would it be looking into EMF radiation? Food choices? What would be the first thing that you would change if you could?
I would say be mindful of the decisions you're making in terms of consuming food or drink, and make sure those decisions aren't coming from some social group where you feel like you need to be vegan or eat carnivore or purchase this at the grocery store. As humans are social creatures, and a lot of our decisions aren't really coming from our own critical thinking. Is this actually going to benefit me in this moment for me to eat or drink? Or am I just eating or drinking this because I feel like I need to, because I listened to some influencer who's got a six-pack on the internet and tells me all humans need to eat this specific diet? Or am I eating this because the USDA food pyramid tells me so? Whatever the case, right? So I'm a big proponent of individualization. I'm not a fan of these one-size-fits-all approaches promoted amongst the either medical community or a lot of these wellness influencers on the internet. So they're telling you, we got to all be vegan, or we have to all be carnivore, or you have to do whatever the case it is. So we really have to become intuitive with our own bodies and experiment with a lot of different kinds of diets or kinds of exercise programs. Same thing with exercise and fitness. There's no one size fits all approach to there, because all of our bodies are different. All of our whole lives, we've been in different environments, different positions. We all have different muscular imbalances and hangups within our physical frame. So there's no one size fits all approach to diet or exercise. I would say experiment with a lot of different things, but also test yourself. Test your own posture, test your own mobility of different joints, test how you feel when you eat certain foods, and really become mindful of, okay, how's my brain function, my digestion, how's my immune system doing, how's my energy levels, how's my joint pain after I've been on this specific diet or fasting or whatever the case it is for a particular amount of time. So there's a lot of experience and sort of self-intuition when it comes to actually being healthy, and understanding that there's a million different takes on the internet, and there's really no one size fits all approach, or there's no magic pill as well. We have such a sort of instant gratification society, short-term thinking kind of society, and there's a lot of the same magic pill approach. Of course, the pharmaceutical industry wants you to think that they have a magic pill that just take this and your ailments are going to go away. But there's a lot of that within the natural health and supplement industry as well. And I'm seeing a lot of these online brands these days that are making average products that are way overpriced, and then they're overhyping their products as being like gold that you can buy for $100 a can, and it's going to give you so much energy, and it's going to help you with all these ailments. And they're overhyping, they're overselling an average product that's overpriced. So you have to be very mindful of caving into these industry trends, or letting yourself getting manipulated by these advertisements or these influencers or all these things when it comes to health. I think it doesn't require all that much money. What it requires, as Alpha said here, is willpower and discipline. Discipline to do the right thing and have a long-term thought process, not instant gratification, but make sure I'm eating this because it's going to help me be healthy in 20, 30, 40 years, right? I'm doing this because I want my brain to function properly. I don't want to have back pain. I want to be able to play with my grandkids later on in life. I'm going to have the discipline to go to the gym and lift weights so I can bring all the grocery bags in on one trip, or whatever the case it is, right? So we're so conditioned, especially in health, by influencers, by media, by a lot of people out there. So there's a lot of self-education, but a lot of sort of intuition and self-experience that comes with actually getting healthy.
The first thing I would say is clean your fridge. Not clean it of being dirty, clean it of the food that you have in there. Go find, where I live in Southern California, we have Sprouts. Now, here's what you can expect when you do it, because this is what I went through. I am a Marine, we chew crayons. There's your baseline. Is when I first went in, I bought all this food like I'm used to doing when I go to Stater Brothers or Target or something. And because places like this where the food is clean, there's no steroids there, it's more expensive. It is. And so I was like, dang, man, this is a really expensive grocery bill. And also and they had these little carts. I'm like, why you got little carts, man? These must be for single people, not for families. But then I realized why as I went through this process. Is one, these foods don't have the preservatives like these other places do. So they're not going to last a week or 2 weeks. So I was like, dang, all this food's going back because I haven't had a chance to eat everything yet. And so what you start doing is, one, you start shopping in smaller increments for 2 to 3 days. The other thing you realize is you're paying a lot more for that, that 12-ounce steak or that 8-ounce steak, but it's something that you can actually share with 2 or 3 people, because it hasn't been robbed of all its nutrients. Your body's not eating for size; it's eating because it needs substance. It needs these nutrients. It needs that stuff. And so when you're getting these healthy foods, what you realize, and now it's to the point where I got it down packed, and that little cart, you're not even filling up that little cart. So at the beginning, you'll spend more money just because you don't understand how the process works. But once you're in it to about a month and a half to 2 months, you're going to realize you're actually spending less money than you did when you shopped at a Walmart or a Stater Brothers. So first thing I would say is clean your fridge, put clean food in there, and find your local producers for like real milk. Like real milk tastes delicious. I think I shared this at another GART, so I won't go through the funny story of it. But one thing that I did realize is when I tasted it, I had this immediate like 1980s flashback. I was like, man, I remember this in like my Fruit Loops. This is good. And it just your body will remember this healthy stuff. So I would say clean the fridge.
Yeah, my question is closely related to eating clean and exercising, so this is great. I'd like to preface a little bit by saying that I've been very competitive and an athlete my whole life, and so there's always been a stigma of feeling good and eating clean, but I didn't really care about any of that until I had a knee surgery and had to recover from a rough go. And so I guess my question is, does a significant event always trigger a paradigm shift to where you really care about what you're putting in your body and exercising, or can such changes occur gradually?
Great question. And for most people, unfortunately, it's that event that happens that really causes them to change their habits, whether they figure out they have cancer, some degenerative disease, or they get some sort of injury. Unfortunately, for most people, it is that catalyzing event that makes them change, which at least, well, hopefully, they end up changing their lifestyle and their habits for that event. But not always, not necessarily. For me, it was, I had a knee injury as well, and that got me into researching. I don't know if you ever heard of Knees Over Toes Guy, but Knees Over Toes Guy is a great kind of fitness influencer who shows how to biomechanically move to build healthy knees. And one of his big, one of the things he promotes is walking backwards and doing backwards sled drags or backwards running or these sorts of things, because it puts pressure through your ankle and through your knee in ways that we just never typically do with constant forward motion. So I started doing a lot of backwards sled drags, weighted sled drags, and my knees just got, I thought I was going to have to get meniscus surgery, and ended up really building strong knees. So unfortunately for most people, it is an event, but hopefully, and that's kind of what we have to teach our kids as well. Let's not get ourselves into a lifelong bad habit mess. Let's build good habits early in life so we don't get into that point where we have a disease or get an injury and then have to change it after that.
Okay, I was just about to say, wait a minute. Are y'all not gonna let the two black men respond to Jackie's question?
To be fair, I tell them to go ahead.
It's not like you don't want to steal the time.
You said it's on the same wavelength.
So you're telling me I can represent the race right now?
You're starting. I'll finish.
I think the first thing you should do is research a parasite cleanse. And in terms of doing that, I want to suggest to each of you, go do a search, however you do a search, for a channel called Naked Guru. This is a British boy, Ryan, who is in Thailand. And that is a environment where you need to be concerned about parasites, et cetera. And so he recently did a parasite cleanse, and he listed the 14-day process. He gave you the drugs he was taking, and it allows you to do a research on each of them and then bring it to an American perspective, what you might want to utilize and how you might do your own 14 or 21-day process or whatever. But that's the kind of research we need to be doing to generate some discernment, some knowledge in the area, and then figure out what works for you, what is your risk perspective, et cetera. But a parasite cleanse is where you need to start.
Totally agree. And not just because we're both black, but Jackie and I did, I don't remember what year it was, but we did a parasite cleanse that she found, or maybe she created herself through research, but it was something simple, like a little bit of wormwood. I think it was maybe clove. Don't take my word for it, so don't do this one, but it was just a few things. I think it was 30 minutes before we ate something, and we put it into like 2 ounces of water, and we do it every day. I think it was 2 or 3 times, or maybe before we ate every time. And my life has been completely different just after that one parasite cleanse. This was a few years ago. Like the feeling that I had inside my body after that parasite cleanse reminded me of, like Alpha says, back to the 80s for him. Like it reminded me of my childhood when like I just felt like unbreakable. And internally, not necessarily externally, but when you're a kid, you're not thinking about that. You have an iron stomach, all this stuff. As soon as the parasites were gone, like ate less, but could eat basically any type of food. So the parasite cleanse is huge. And I think it ties into what Jordan was saying with it's testing yourself. Like you need to figure out what your, what is it, bioelectrical, mechanical, chemical machine that we are, because we're made up of all those things. God put them all together. And figure out what your thing is, what you need to tweak. And I'll end with this part. I read this book in college. It was Drew Brees is Coming Back Stronger. So if no one knows, Drew Brees was a quarterback of the New Orleans Saints. He had a horrific injury in his shoulder where the teams were like, we don't know if he'll ever throw again. I think he was with the Miami at the time. And then Sean Payton picked him up and was like, all right, I know that your arm is weaker and everything, but I see your drive. I see all this stuff. I believe in you. Let's get to work. So the first thing he did, or one of the first things he did, was he took a took an allergen test, but it was like blood and gut allergen. And there were things that he was allergic to that he was getting no nutrients from. I think bananas was one of them. So every time he ate bananas, it was hurting his body. He's a football player. He's ate a lot of bananas because of the potassium. They were like, you need to find another way to get potassium because this is breaking down your body, eating the bananas. And it was just Drew Brees' gut. Like his wife, Bree, I don't think she had the same problem because they got it done together. But like that little difference can change your whole life. So
there's a great herbal combo. You mentioned wormwood.
Mm-hmm.
Black walnut is the other one.
That's what
there's a company called Now Foods, not paid advertisement, but they make a really good cheap tincture of black walnut and wormwood that's great for parasites. It's like $15. You can find it online. So oregano oil is really good against parasites too. I do sell oregano oil through Conscious Strength, but black walnut and wormwood I would suggest if you're looking for a good cheap parasite killer.
That was exactly the one we used, by the way. Jackie's pointed that out.
Oregano oil is absolutely phenomenal, but it's going to be 30 seconds of you're like, what's in my mouth? It's gross. It is awful, but it is so good for you.
Embrace the suck.
All right, here we go.
I have to go back to my notes because I forgot what I was going to say. We were talking about taking responsibility for words and made me remember about taking responsibility for our health and how we interact with the medical field. And as we went through COVID, so many of us turned away from the medical field and just lost our trust for everything and saw our doctors' offices being taken over by big corporations and hospitals, and their ability to think critically really changed. I saw a lot of doctors who weren't really thinking outside the box anymore. It was all protocols and what was coming down. So I think some of our responsibility that we learned through COVID was that we had to question our doctors. And I think now that technology is coming on board with AI, we can use that technology to go back to them and force them to critically think, because we have that ability at our fingertips now. We can go back into the office and say, well, what about this? And what about this? So what is your opinion on how they lost that ability to critically think for our health, and how do we get that back, and how do we ever get the trust back of our medical system?
Let me start with this real quick. I love the way that you said that. Great question, by the way. You, at one point, I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, but you said they about the medical industry. And I don't know if we can ever trust another person, like fully trust them. I think what you said is the most important part, which is basically fact checking or bullshit checking the doctors. Like we were such a peasant class compared to the doctors for so long. And now with the internet and AI, like you said, we were able to find information and figure out a lot of these lies. And COVID for me was the catalyst. It was like, no, absolutely not. Like I thought H1N1 was, it's like this. I never believed in any of these, but that one was like, oh, hell no. So just my point is, we won't be able to ever know, or we won't be able to just truly force doctors to do certain things. But what we do is we do what we're doing now is hold them accountable and take their wallets. Like they're not going to make money from us. Don't go to that doctor. We're going to find not necessarily holistic doctors, but we're going to doctors that we can have a conversation with. Not a doctor that says, I'm the doctor, this is how you do it. It's absolutely not. This is teamwork. My body is the thing that we're working on, and you're just here to do a little bit of help.
One of the doctors that I've talked, Dr. Kat Lindley, I don't know if you guys follow her, phenomenal lady, brilliant, super kind. I've asked her this question, being a doctor in that community, like, we don't trust you guys no more. How are you going to get beyond that? And what she said is you're going to start seeing a lot of doctors shift into their own practices again. And through that, it's going to give them the power to do medicine the way they want to. And other doctors that are part of the group doctors in the settings where they're being pushed to, hey, quotas and bonuses for, pushing the bioweapon and stuff, they're going to start seeing that loss. Plus, you're going to see, RFK's attack on big pharma, all that's going to come, is really going to hurt that industry. So I think it's going to be a combination of time and doctors going back to private practices to where you ask them that question, hey, you're mentioning this, and you look it up and you're like, oh, this is consistent with what the doctor said. I'll continue on until there's a reason not to. So
I think we give doctors a lot of crap that they don't necessarily deserve, because most doctors are there because they want to help people and they legitimately want to help, but they're just stuck in a system that incentivizes money, unfortunately, as many industries and systems of our culture do. And they've been so misled by the authorities. So how do we help the doctors wake up? I think looking at the history of Rockefeller medicine, of the allopathic medical system, and going back to the 1910s with the Flexner Report and the Carnegies and the Rockefellers, that's one helpful way to kind of red pill people about our medical system. But also a big issue about how we've gotten into this mess, I think, is compartmentalization, is this specialization where this doctor is a cardiologist, this one's a brain surgeon, this one only looks at, this specialization, and not viewing the human body as a holistic system of systems that all works together. And, we're physical, mental, emotional, spiritual beings, and all those layers play a part in what makes us healthy and fit. And, you could have a sprained ankle, and that's going to cause problems in your knee, cause problems in your hip. If you have an inflamed gut from all the bad food you're eating, that could be causing back pain or issues throughout the body. And medical doctors these days, because they're so compartmentalized and specialized, they can't take a step back and view the holistic picture of, plus it's a huge problem where you go into the doctor's office because you have a problem and they see you for 5 minutes. It takes hours and hours to really figure out who this person is, how they live their lives, what they're doing with all these different facets of who they are and their lifestyle. It can take hours to really get to know somebody, to really figure out what the problem is and how to address that. I'm a big fan of the work of a man named Paul Chek, Chek. He has a very good book that he wrote about 25 years ago called How to Eat, Move, and Be Healthy. And it's a really basic book, but he's a holistic health practitioner. And he's got a great YouTube channel, a lot of good YouTube videos and interviews out there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with J.P. Sears, the funny guy. Yeah, he studied under Paul Chek. Troy Casey, the certified health nut, studied under Paul Chek. So there's a lot of big names in sort of the holistic health space that studied under Paul Chek. He's a health badass, and I definitely recommend his work for understanding how all of these holistic systems work together. But that's a big reason why not just healthcare, but I guess our society in general is screwed, is because of all of this compartmentalization and specialization, going down paths and not seeing how these paths connect. And, ego is a big problem with doctors too. They don't want to admit that the $200,000 student loans and everything they bought into and the whole system is screwed, and they've been misled. So a lot of it is just their ego. They can't get out of that.
Yeah, I think the problem is bigger than all of that, and we've become commoditized as human beings. We're the product, and this is the problem. And it is fed into a credential system that is also the problem. So trying to address the doctors, this is not going to solve the problem. And look, the good news is that we've got an AI revolution coming, and people are fearful, but in many ways, the doctor problem proves in ways we shouldn't be fearful, because there is a decentralized, democratized revolution coming to healthcare because of all of this. And so it's going to put the power back in you, which is what we want. We don't want to be a commoditized product. We want to be first sovereign, and everything moves from there. And so I think that's what we've got to take a look at. And, if you study some of these state legislatures, and again, I say sometimes we've won in many ways at the federal level, and Team Trump's doing a damn good job. We got to turn some focus to the state legislatures where real problems exist, for most Americans because it is the state level where you're impacted by government the most regular. And so they have all of these lobbyists, and they do rely on credentials. And what we've got to do with that medical system, most especially, is we've got to open it up to knowledgeable people in the health care industry, like nurses and other folks who can handle almost every damn thing you need on a regular basis. These doctors have become specialized in ways they don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they can't admit that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So we don't need them the way it's presently constructed, and we need to bring some humble. I talked about walking humbly with God Almighty. We need to humble these doctors, okay? Nationwide, we've got to humble that entire industry and open it up to some reasonable people who are deeply concerned about you as an individual and your health. That's not doctors. And it's an art. We've kind of forgotten a lot of this. There's a serious art to people who really give a damn about your health and contemplating what the heck is going on and assessing it. And we gotta work our way back towards that focus rather than us as a commodity.
All right, we have another question.
Hi, this panel's awesome. Thank you guys.
You're
I know,
awesome.
What's that?
You're awesome, Audrey.
Oh, I love you. So we talk about RFK, he's our big proponent for this in the face of this campaign. And I don't know if any of you guys saw where there was a clip of him on one of his interviews where he talked about the pineal gland being our bridge to the spiritual realm and how fluoride is the biggest blocker of that. And so we talk about this detoxing of physical and mental detox. What are some practical applications that we can detox spiritually to help people clear the lies, cut the poisons out of our spirit so that we can ultimately reconnect with what God has originally designed us to be and do in our purpose?
I say nature and psychedelics. That's just me, not for everybody, but I do think, well, nature should be for everybody. We do need to spend time to get away from the electrosmog, concrete jungle crap and spend time out in the wilderness to really reconnect with our planet and ourselves and all of that. I've had great success personally, again, not for everybody, but with mushrooms, psilocybin. And there is a push right now to bring ibogaine treatments to America for PTSD for a lot of people. There's a big push in the veteran community for psychedelics like ibogaine to be used for their PTSD, which I'm a huge fan of. But I am not a fan of the way that people either use these things as party drugs or laugh at them and ridicule them, or you have to have a mature, logical conversation about how these plant medicines can be applied and in ways they shouldn't be applied. I've tried ayahuasca once, didn't do much for me, but that's just me. And I've done psilocybin probably about a dozen times throughout my life. Maybe once a year, I'll take just a day, clear my schedule, and give a good squeegee to my pineal gland with some psilocybin. And that's one way I kind of work to connect and bridge the gap between my subconscious and consciousness and clear out all the gunk that might be in there, all the traumas and whatever I'm dealing with. For other people, could be different things, but you need to come to terms, I think, with what helps you grow spiritually. Of course, there's the physical aspects of detoxifying the fluoride and the heavy metals and all that crap out of our bodies to get our brain working properly again. But when it comes to the spiritual cleansing, I think that's personal to everybody. Again, we're all individuated beings, and I'm not a fan of people pushing certain spiritual beliefs on others, saying you need to do this to become enlightened, and then criticizing you and demeaning you for not going down that path. It's personal to everybody. As long as your particular path is not hurting or harming anybody else, then I think it's okay, as long as it's not hurting you either and actually building you up. So yeah, I mean, that's what I do. It's personal to everybody.
If you're afraid of the mushrooms, like I am,
you do San Pedro.
I would, get grounded. I heard somebody out here mention it. It is phenomenal to get out there and just put your feet in some dirt, put your feet in some grass. That's a big thing. get some sunlight and have a conversation with your God. Start the day with that conversation, end the day with that conversation. You know, a conversation is different than prayer, and it's different than, you know, reading verses. You know, have a talk with the man that created you.
You want to go first or me? Good job, man. So for me, I haven't tried everything, but I've tried basically all types of things. Psilocybin actually worked for me. It was the thing that got me to realize that my mom, my dad, and my brother were, this is way before I met Jackie. My mom, my dad, and my brother were the most important things in my life to me. I was in high school. My friends are really close and they're great people. And I had an experience where I was just like, I was like, all right, I'm gonna try this out, whatever. We were at the park, and I started to have what they call like a bad trip, but it wasn't a bad trip. It was more just like I was really deep into my thoughts, and I started worrying. And this was all planned out, like we had it all set up. And a couple of my friends had done it before, and they were there, and we were playing in really nice music, and they just started talking to me, and they were just like, "Hey, you're all right." Like they were talking me through, like, what are you feeling? And I'd start describing and all this stuff. And what I realized was, like, for me, I needed to basically like break my mental self down, not break down to the sense of like, who am I, all this stuff. It was like, why am I even here? Like, what's the purpose? That's my question. I just kept asking, why did God put me here? Why am I here? Why am I here right now? And then I go to like, why am I here? Because right now I'm doing this and this isn't happening to me, and I want this to happen. And then being around my friends and then thinking about my parents and my brother, I was just like, oh, I'm here for this. Like, this experience is why I'm here. So for me, that was my experience. But the thing that I think worked the best for me was binaural beats. And if you find there's certain frequencies, some of them are, I wouldn't say dangerous, but like most of the binaural beats ones are pretty healthy frequencies, but do your own research, obviously. But I used to go to sleep with either headphones in or something like that, which is hard for people, but you can also do it without headphones. But I just have binaural beats playing, and it probably did that for like a month or two. And my spiritual energy just rose. It was crazy. So for me, I'd say vibrations more than anything. And there's all ways to change your vibrations, and I don't mean that in the sense of like a woo-woo vibrations. I mean literally vibrations. All living things have a vibration. Actually, I think all things have vibration, but at least living things. So yeah, I would say that to connect spiritually for me, it would be frequencies.
There's one more thing I want to say. There's a really good documentary called DMT, the Spirit Molecule.
Yes.
And it's for free on YouTube. It came out like 12, 13 years ago, but talks all about the pineal gland, plant medicines, dimethyltryptamine that the pineal gland produces. So DMT, the Spirit Molecule, great doc. And then another great thing you can do for spiritual growth is lifting heavy shit. I mean, when you put your body through physical challenges, that builds self-confidence, that builds discipline. So whether it's running marathons, putting a 40-pound weight on your back and rucking 5 miles, or just doing some heavy-ass deadlifts, like put your body through some physical challenges, that'll build mental strength as well as spiritual strength and build self-confidence that way.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, the job number one, okay, is a firm belief that God Almighty is the master of the universe, and you step grounded into that, and everything will come, everything will flow. You don't have to do all of this. I mean, Cam is a new age black man. Wow.
Wait, you just said my show. You said flow.
But that's it. I mean, if you start at the right place, grounded in that firm belief, you're on the right path.
Okay, guys, we got 4 questions and like 9 minutes. So let's
rapid fire.
Quickly go through these. Not everybody has to respond.
Hi. I really envy people that want to be healthy and are actually doing it. And there's one talked about discipline, but it takes more than that, because if you have a past history of abuse and you have a tendency to have self-destructive tendencies So then addictions start up, and then it's hard to get rid of them. I know many people, whether it's food, alcohol, drugs, you know. I was just wondering, I know spirituality has a lot to do with it, but it's still hard. You know, I don't know, what are your thoughts on? Or anybody that's had an addiction and has quit, I'd like to hear it.
Discipline's not easy. I mean, if you're coming across a choice and there's no real challenge there, your disciplines are really not being tested. I would say, so I've never dealt with an addiction, so I can only speak from people I know. My father was one. Is the greatest strength came from those moments where he had to constantly battle that addiction. And so I think it's awareness. If you're someone that has dealt with addiction or it's something that's in your family, I think awareness would be something that has to be in that tool belt with you, because you need to make sure you don't put yourselves in situations where you're setting yourself up to fail. So, but you know, I still think even in that situation, it's still going to be discipline. It is hard. It is hard to get up every single day and live the correct way. Somebody on social media put out, it costs $0 to be real. And all kinds of people started resharing and commenting to it because on its face, that sounds like something you want to hear. But I will say it will cost you everything to be real. It'll cost you $0 to tell people what they want to hear. And so I think just, you know, being real with yourself and understanding that if I choose to have this healthy life, it is going to be hard and probably cost me a lot. So.
Next question.
I have looked into different things for a parasite cleanse. I felt like you gave me good direction. Thank you. And I'm going to try that. But I want to know, what do you guys think about, like, I'm on vacation this week. I've been talking about it like in my brain. I just want to do a 3-day fast. Just drink water. 3 days. Good, bad, what? I've done 24 hours, but I thought I want to go the 3 days and then start with whatever. I eat very good. I get stuff raw food, farm, whatever. I'm a good eater. But what do you think? Cleaning out, starting fresh.
Do it. That's my answer.
Thank you.
I think it's good to attempt it. I have not been able to get beyond 24-hour fast.
I would say make sure you prep it. So the day beforehand, make sure you eat some good stuff and then have like a good bone broth for when you're done. Don't feel like you need to do the 72 hours. If you start feeling a little after 48, break it. Don't feel bad about yourself if you do break it, but do it.
Okay, I have 30 seconds. There's a reason why some of you are saying I look so good. Of course, my wife says that too. But you know, I had the Widowmaker heart attack, had a second heart attack, and I've had cancer. One of the biggest maintenance protocols that I'm on right now is a superhuman protocol. Joe Rogan talks about it, Dan Bongino, and this and that. It oxygenates, you've got voltage, you've got magnetism, and you've got red light therapy. Superhuman protocol is available across the country, superhumanprotocol.com. Look it up, see who's in your area. Healthy cells, oxygenated, you know, frequency. It's the very thing that we tried to do in the beginning of the century, and these people were killed by Rockefeller. So I do it, highly recommend it.
Thank you.
Cold plunge.
I'm giving you guys a lot of continued education, but there's a good book called The Body Electric that explains a lot of those concepts about us being electromagnetic beings and each system having its own specific kind of resonance. So good book.
Hi, thanks everyone. We've heard John talk about the devolution sandwich. Everyone remember that? Well, applying that to MAHA, we have MAHA through RFK and the Trump administration. But what do we do is, where do we take personal responsibility for what we eat and what we, and so on? So what I've learned is there are a lot of food landmines that even in any grocery store or health food store, maybe seed oils, the dyes, and for some people, maybe even bread. Maybe could you comment on that?
Damn good question. I would say vote with your dollars and vote with your choices. So make sure what you're choosing to purchase is from small, solid companies, farmers markets, local farmers. Make sure what you're deciding to spend your money on. I mean, that money is going to flow either to a giant mega corporation that's screwing the country, screwing the world, and screwing you, or that money is going to flow to a local farm, small business company that's making good products. So vote with your dollar and make sure what you're choosing to purchase to then consume is something that's actually going to benefit not just you, but a small business, mom and pop shop, local farm, rather than some big mega corporation. Because a big problem in the supplement and health industry right now is Nestle, Pfizer, Bayer, Clorox, Johnson & Johnson. They're buying up tons of supplement brands, tons of like Whole Foods got bought out by Amazon. Garden of Life got bought out by Nestle. Nestle's a big player buying up tons of supplement and health food stores, but you really have to see who owns the company you're buying from. So, substance is everything, and you have to make sure you're aware of what you're buying and consuming.
Have a smart contingency. Life happens, and you can't always get to the grocery store. Sometimes you have nothing but the choice to get something fast food. So know which fast food places in your area have a healthy choice. Like in Southern California, we have In-N-Out. They have something known as a Flying Dutchman. And it's lettuce, the meat patty, and cheese. So if something happens, and instead of going and getting something nasty, I know that's a go-to and I can get to it. So I have smart contingencies.
You guys want to do closing thoughts?
Yep.
Dark to light.
JB's letting me speak for us. No, I'm just kidding. No, first of all, thank everyone. Thank you to John. Thank you so much, man. You guys didn't let me finish. I was gonna say thank you, John, for allowing me to be up here, but also thank you, John, for everybody else too. But no, thank you all for being so kind to me and everything. I'll just take this minute to talk about my experience. This was last guard I thought was the best time I ever had. This was easily better than that. And it was just because obviously I'm up here now, but I felt more comfortable up here than I did out there. And this is for I don't have the words for it, but this should be more difficult and scarier and all this stuff, but I felt more comfortable up here because of everybody that I met at GART last time and the people that are here this time, people that have said nice things. So just know that this community, we all support each other. I see people every once in a while, they're arguing back and forth. You got Ash and G Money going head to head. You got Con and BB joking around, John and BB's back and forth. But the reason we do that is, and I'll go back to my sports analogy, my teammates became my brothers. When you're living at a place, when you're doing things together, when you're sweating together, when you're not literally crying, except sometimes you're crying when you lose, but like when you're blood, sweat, and tears together, which we're all doing. And we're doing it in a spiritual sense. It's even deeper than like physical. It's just so nice to have this group of people together. So thank you, everybody.
Lighter? Dark? Okay.
Middle. Mocha.
Mocha. What happens when you add cream to the coffee? So, the strength of a nation starts with the strength that's in each one of our homes. So make sure your homes are taken care of. It's nice to come to these rendezvous points. It's nice to be with like-minded people. It's nice to get this information. But when you get home, you still got to make sure that your castle is in the order that it needs to be, physically, mentally, all that. So see you guys next time.
Wait, real quick, Jordan, I have one thing to add. Patience for health. Patience, I think, is a big thing for people. Just remember that. Be patient with yourself. Obviously, don't be complacent, but be patient.
Just got to be honest with ourselves. If you're deciding to eat a thing or do a thing or deciding to skip out on your exercise of the day, I mean, be honest with yourself about how that's going to make you feel or how that choice is going to lead to either progression or regression of your body, mind, and spirit. But also don't be too hard on yourself. If you splurge on a donut or a croissant, not a big deal. You've got a life ahead of you where you can continue to make better choices, just 1% every day. Try to improve 1% every day, whether that's more pounds in the bar you're lifting at the gym, the extra steps you're taking during your morning walk, the extra choice you're making with your diet that you're trying to improve. 1% every day. 1% is not much, but with compounding interest over time, that 1% day in and day out, give it 6 months. And you could have a completely different lifestyle, different energy levels, different looking body. And then a big issue as well is prioritizations. Big problem in the fitness industry is people just focusing so much on materialism, aesthetics, look. I just want to look good. But we got all these dudes taking steroids and women getting body augmentation just to look better. And then they go and try to sell like fitness coaching, like you're full of shit. So if you eat healthy, if you drink well, if you exercise, make positive lifestyle choices, just to make sure you're a strong individual, the looks will come later. The looks will come from the good choices day in and day out, from the 1% better every day. So I'll finish up with some shameless self-promotion. I don't do it much, but I want to tell you guys, every Friday at 1 p.m., I have a show on Badlands called Maha News with my co-host Nate, where we dive into these subjects and we're tracking what RFK Jr. is doing on a weekly basis to prove that he's kicking ass, and I think we have proven that he is. And then also I have a health and fitness brand, Conscious Strength. I've got Instagram pages and YouTube videos and a website for it, a lot of educational content on there, along with a coaching program that I'm going to be developing and launching soon with health, fitness, discernment, video courses, and education through that as well. So you can find that on the websites.
JB? Come on, bro.
Irish goodbye. Black Irish goodbye.
All right.
That's called black privilege.
I would have said it if he would have given closing thoughts, but he didn't do it. So, but no, guys, this is it. That was the conference. I appreciate you all for coming. The whole reason we do these things is to get in front of people and build out our community, right? It's that family atmosphere. Also, we did recently lose a member of our family, Beth Schreier. Today is her birthday. So happy birthday, Beth. We miss you. But yeah, if you are leaving here without having met somebody new, there's still time. People will be hanging around. So make sure you guys find Ty. Ty and JC will. Ty, can you stand up taller if you would? Find Ty and make friends. But no, we thank you all for coming. Deadwood tickets for everybody here and watching online are on sale. We're going to release them publicly on Friday. I hope you'll join us in Deadwood. It's my favorite place in the world. But thank you all. We love you guys, and we will see you at the next one. Thank you. Well, there you have it, guys. That was all the exclusive conference stuff. I know we're on premium here. We're also on YouTube and Twitter. If you enjoyed what you saw there, the panels, that was just a snippet of what the conference panels are actually like. We're still working through our panel topics for this upcoming Deadwood conference, which is going to be here in a couple weeks. But I would highly encourage you guys to get your tickets. Not only is it full of great content, great discussions. You get the documentary from Brad, Codex 911, but it's also a great way to support Badlands Media. We are an independent media company. I'm the sole owner, sole investor. We don't get big money from anybody. All of our money comes from you guys. We have sponsors, but most of our sponsors, we only make money if they make money. So supporting our sponsors and supporting us directly by getting a virtual ticket is a great way to do it. And we appreciate it truly. And we try to make it as worthwhile as possible. So hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you guys tune in here later tonight. I know Bernie Bright will be on with The Narrative. And that's a good show. I wonder who he has as a guest tonight. I don't know if anybody knows. But yeah. Let's see what the chat says. We got rated by Viva Frey? No way. That's surprising. That's really cool. When did that happen? Anyway, awesome. Yeah, guys, if you're new to the channel, give us a quick follow. We put all of our content out for free. And the only reason we do the Rumble exclusive, we want to support Rumble the best we can. We want people to subscribe to Rumble and support Rumble and us as well. But the reason we do these is to meet the requirements for their creator program on Rumble Studio. You have to get 5 hours of Rumble Premium a month. Man, it's crazy. I can't believe they rated us. No sense of tumor. Oh, we joke about Canada all the time. American first. Good to meet you. Yeah, some of these names I don't recognize. During the guys talking about the black walnut was when we rated. Actually, me and JB, if you search on our channel, we did one of these exclusive live streams last month, and JB and I did a pairing, and the entire time he tried getting me to say the N-word, and it was pretty funny. But yeah, we got a pretty cool thing going here at Badlands Media. I do a personal daily show every weekday at 1 p.m. Eastern. All the info you can handle in under an hour. Always looking for panel topics. If you got any ideas, hit me up on Twitter. But yeah, thank you, Raiders of Viva Frey. I know actually one of our guys, and when the N-word I'm talking about is not the nuclear word like Trump talks about when he says the N-word. But Ash, one of our content creators, was actually on Viva Frey's for an interview not too long ago, like maybe a month or two ago or something. But anyway, guys, I am gonna tune out now. I've been sitting here hanging around on the computer for like 4 hours on a Sunday. Usually that's my day off. So, but man, we have so many new people. I just it's hard for me to break away. Let me show you guys what we got going on here on our website for these conferences. So, because what you just watched was this. It's the Great American Restoration Tour. It's the conferences we do for a year. So you can see that on the screen there. Yeah, 4 conferences a year. We have this one coming up in Deadwood, South Dakota, August 14th to the 17th. And then we have one coming up in Florida in November 6th through the 9th. These are the weekend things. We have a VIP dinner on Thursday, and then full conference, like 10 to 4 on Friday, Saturday, and then just 2 panels in the morning on Sunday. But in the evenings, we do a bunch of hanging out, get-togethers. Usually I have anywhere from 200 to, I think the most we've had is 350 come to these conferences. And it's just a great time getting together with like-minded people. You can't beat it. And I'd highly encourage you to attend one of these if you can. But if you can't make one of those, we also have Badlander groups all over the country. And on our website, badlandsmedia.tv/events, you can go to any one of these. These are typically free. Sometimes there's like suggested donations like $5, but they'll typically just meet at like a restaurant or a bar and hang out for a couple hours. Again, just getting together with like-minded people in your area. And that is ultimately where any change in this country is going to need to take place, at the local community level. And so we're just doing our best to get some of that stuff rolling. But yeah, guys, badlandsmedia.tv/events. If you want to watch this upcoming conference, you can't come in person, you can get your virtual tickets. And yeah, you'll get behind the scenes stuff. You'll get exclusive live streams leading up to it. You'll get all the panels, the documentary, and you also get engaged in the Telegram chat with all the other attendees, both in person and virtual. It's a great time. So anyway, that's that. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you for tuning in. Welcome, newbies. Hit the follow. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Badlands Media on the Daily Herald. Just have a great rest of your Sunday.